What's up? Welcome to today's stream. I'm him, and today is February 18th. It's Tuesday. It's a fairly important day to me. I won't get into the reasons why, but figured instead of going out and doing what I would normally do, I would start the stream early and maybe I'll go out, do what I normally do on this day a little bit later. So, and it's not just me who's deciding. My car decided my battery is basically dead. So I have to charge it, and that takes forever and a day. It's like 12 to 13 hours. Let me check. See where I'm at. I went down this morning to put it on the charger. I have a Tesla in case that's not obvious right now. Yeah, I'm at 43%. So I have another 9 hours and 30 minutes to get to 85%. And it's cold outside, so batteries don't last as long. So, anyways, I have a bunch of stuff I've been dumping into my Discord in one of the channels in preparation for a live stream because I haven't streamed as often as I like. I haven't been at home as much. So I haven't really had the time to stream as much as I like. So I'm going to just watch the internet for the most part. All right, I got to scroll up. I've been posting a lot because sometimes I will not post stuff and I'm like, I don't have anything to cover. So what I've been doing is I'll watch a part of a video, like 1 or 2 minutes, and decide, okay, this is something that I want to watch live, so I can comment on it with you all. We'll go to this view. So I think where I left off last time was on this February 5th. So you can kind of see I don't really post as much as I like to post here. But I'm going to try to start doing it more often. So we went over the PSYOP, explaining how you uncover whether or not you are being PSYOPed. And a lot of it is, in my opinion, it's just, are you a critical thinker? But what I've learned is that a lot of people in the world don't have critical thinking skills, nor are they educated. And I don't mean in the sense of they went to school and, they had some stuff told to them, but I mean in the truest sense where you go out and you seek information so that you can expand your worldview. Unfortunately, a lot of people don't do that. And I understand why. It's hard, it's difficult. It involves challenging some of the things that you may believe to be true. But I think that in the long run, it's the best thing to do, right? There are some people who are way smarter than me that said that you cannot have a democracy without an educated public. We do not have an educated public in our country. Neither do we have a democracy, which I assume is, it kind of goes hand in hand for why that is. So anyway, I have, let's see. I have this video. I don't even know what it is, but let's watch it. I remember this now. I remember this. So this is a black lawyer who I assume, I don't know, but I assume that he got his job because of his skin complexion. I don't know if that's 100% true because I understand that to become a lawyer, one must first go to law school, which implies that you went to college and you have your bachelor's degree. You have to get into law school. Sure, there might be affirmative action that makes it easier for people like me with my complexion to get into law school. Granted. However, you still have to graduate. As far as I know, just because it's easier for you to get in doesn't mean that the professors are going to be easier on you when it comes to grading. And beyond that, every lawyer must sit for the bar. They must pass the bar. And I think that happens after you get your first job or something like that. I think you sit for your bar while you are at a firm. So you have to get into a firm and you have to pass the bar. And as far as I know, the requirements are the same for everyone. It's difficult for everyone, which is why I don't 100% believe that he is only a lawyer because he's black. You still have to have something going for you. However, that being said, this is still, in my opinion, a great clip because it highlights what a lot of people think in the dichotomy between how people like him think and people in my grandparents' generation thought, which I like to think that I'm more aligned with how people in my grandparents and my great grandparents generations thought. Anyway, let's get this started. We'll turn on the audio. Make sure I turn it down on the system as well so that it's not going to blow my ears out. We'll do -9 dB. All right.
I would not have the job that I have, chances are, if it was not for affirmative action. So.
Oh, you didn't earn it?
I don't understand what you're saying by that. What do you mean?
You said, yeah, hold on, sir.
If you got that job on account of affirmative action, well, you ain't worth the salt to go in your food. Did you know why? If you was worse than that thing, you would need affirmative action. What do I need affirmative action to get a job? If you get it, you can't hold it because you don't know what to do. And you saying that somebody's supposed to give you, ain't nobody supposed to give you nothing. America is built on individuality. And nobody don't have to give me no opportunity. I make my opportunity. This is what freedom means. And then you can learn anything you want to know. If you want to know it, all you have to do is go to the library. It don't cost you nothing to go there and learn anything you want to learn.
I would not have the job.
As I said, that man represents the way that I think, which is if you have to depend on something, then maybe that something isn't for you. Or another way of saying it is that if you have to have the barriers lowered so that you can cross over it, then maybe you are not worthy of being in that other place that you crossed over to. And I 100% agree with the fact that no one owes you anything. That goes for me. I don't owe anyone anything, and no one really owes me anything. Now, that's not to say that, if you work at something and you become competent at something, that you should be passed over. But we all have freedom of choice. That's what freedom is. So if I choose to only work with people who are competent and who are good at what they do, that's my prerogative. It's no one else's. And I like what that man said, which is, hey, this is a free country. It's freedom. Freedom comes with responsibility. And for whatever reason, too many people in our country don't understand that. They want the benefits of freedom without any of the things that come with it, the responsibilities, which you have to be accountable for those things. In any case, that was that clip. I'm gonna move on. I remember watching that one, and I even commented on it, and I even said the same thing. Yeah, this sounds like my grandpa. Yeah. All right, so here's another video. 100% left, completely different from the last one. I don't really feel the need that all these videos need to be related in any way. So let's just get into it. This is about Panama and China. So it's come out. I don't know why it's just now coming out. If you've been to Panama, you'd know this, which I assume most of you have not been to Panama. But yeah, there are a lot of Chinese there. And when I say Chinese, I'm talking about mainland Chinese, not just ethnicity, right? These are people from mainland China. And there are a lot of them there. To be honest, Panama is not the only city that I've been to in the world. Well, Panama's a country, I'm sorry. But it's not the only place in the world where I've been to where there are an insane amount of mainland Chinese. Another such country that not that long ago, let's say Ethiopia, Kenya. There are a lot, more than you would think. Other South American countries like Nicaragua, more than you think. Anyway, Let's watch it. This is from a channel called China Observer. Oh, I need to go back here and make sure I like if I didn't.
I would not have the job that I have.
Okay,
Chances
I did.
are,
Perfect. Okay.
I would not
Oh,
have.
wait, it's the same video. I'm dumb. Haha.
你还不知道吧？有
Okay. Let's go ahead and full screen it. This is a video from China Observer. And unfortunately, I think they use AI voices or whatever. And for whatever reason, they don't include the original audio because a lot of the viewers don't like it. I don't understand why, because you should want to hear the language in its original form so that you can verify it yourself. And I do understand that most people don't speak Chinese, but that's not the point. The point is that you can learn to speak Chinese or just comprehend Chinese. You don't have to learn to speak it. But if you do what they're doing, you throw away that opportunity. Anyway, let's go ahead and watch it. I'm going to put it on a little bit faster. Do 1.25.
有个国家
Did you know there's a country that's almost been bought up by Chinese people? That's right, it's Panama. Last year, a large number of foreigners who gained Panamanian residency were Chinese. So what's drawing so many Chinese?
Oh, I should also add that the relevance is that there is this canal in Panama that was built by the United States with the help of some other countries. And it's been said that it's under de facto or effective control of the CCP. Now, as far as I understand, there are no private enterprises in China. They are all extensions or vassals of the CCP. So if someone were to say Panama is effectively controlled by the CCP, well, it's probably because there are a lot of Chinese companies that are effectively, that's the key word, that's the operating word, that are effectively controlling the Panama Canal. So if these Chinese companies are controlling it, that implies that CCP has control. Now, I think that the same is true if it were American companies. If American companies were in control of the the Panama Canal, then others could, by extension, say, well, it's probably America in control, because our state does exert a lot of influence over the companies that operate here. However, they are not technically the same. There is no required member of the party. We don't have a party here, but there is no requirement that a member of the party or the state sits on the board of every company. We have private companies here. We also have public companies. We also have government organizations, which are separate. Anyway, that's my little context. I'll keep going.
People to Panama. The reason is simple. It's incredibly easy to get a green card there. All it takes is buying a house for $300,000 and 3 generations of your family can get Panamanian residency. No language requirement, no education
3
requirement.
generations of your family. Wow. I didn't know that part. Here in America, it's not 3 generations of your family. It's barely even 1 generation. It's your children are able to come, not your parents, not your grandparents, not your grandchildren. So it's you and your children. Now, your children, if they are American citizens, can petition and do the legal thing to try to get their parents here. But yeah, this isn't the case here. For what it's worse, I also noticed that something similar was in Costa Rica, but not to the extent that it is in Panama.
And the whole process can be approved in as fast as 2 to 3 months.
No language requirement. Wait a minute. So there's no language requirement, no education requirement, and the whole process can be approved in as fast as 2 or 3 months. So that effectively means that you pay for it.
No education requirement, and the whole process can be approved in as fast as 2 to 3 months. With this residency, my entire family can travel freely to over 130 countries and regions, including Italy, Portugal, and Malta. Just go whenever we want. On top of that, Panama is part of the US E2 visa treaty, which is one of the main reasons I choose this country. This way, I can use it as a stepping stone to get my children into the US for a top quality.
Now, my question is, why would they want to get their children to the United States? I see a lot of propaganda online lately, about how America is not great, and that no one wants to be here, and all this other kind of riffraff. But at the end of the day, it seems that everyone and their baby mama want to get their children here into our schools. Why do they want to participate in our economy so badly? While also at the same time talking all the shit about how this isn't a great place. If America and Americans were so bad, why wouldn't these same people stay in their home country and make their home country better? As they say that their home countries are.
Quality education. After my children complete their studies, our whole family can move to Spain for 2 years, and by then we'll qualify for Spanish passports. Yes, you heard that right. With a Spanish passport, we'll be able to travel across Europe with no restrictions. What do you all think of my plan? In recent years, Panama, a small Central American country, has become a hotspot among Chinese immigrants. Immigration ads have flooded social media. Some agencies emphasize Panama's business-friendly tax policies, making it an attractive destination for offshore companies. Foreign income is tax-free. Goods moving in and out of free trade zones are exempt from fees, and there are no foreign exchange controls, allowing for easy cross-border capital flows. One immigration consultant explained.
有人跟我说巴拿马很穷，别看这个地方小。
Who is Panama best suited for? I say Chinese business owners. With many countries imposing sanctions on Chinese entrepreneurs, Panama, a friendly gateway to Central and South America, offers new business opportunities through residency.
In 2017, Panama cut ties with Taiwan and established a diplomatic relations with China. That same year in November, it became the first Latin.
I remember that being on I don't know if it was on mainstream news, but I remember it being on news websites. And it didn't seem like it was that big of a deal to anyone, because only a few people covered it. And all of the people who covered it were people who are familiar with the Belt and Road Initiative, the BRI project. Some that I've been keeping track of since its inception. But for whatever reason, we don't really hear much about it here in America. Now, if you go abroad, you'll hear a lot more about it. You'll actually see some of it, some of the projects. For instance, in Kenya and Ethiopia, there are several BRI projects. There are also some in Oman.
American country to join China's Belt and Road Initiative. Since then, Panama has signed a free trade agreement with China, and bilateral trade has steadily grown. Thanks to its strategic location and open economic policies, Panama has become a key destination for Chinese investment. The Colón Free Trade Zone, often called Panama's ace in attracting foreign investment, is the largest free trade zone in the Western Hemisphere. It allows businesses to engage in re-export trade with significant tax benefits. Export income.
By the way, if any of you have never been to Panama, I would recommend going. It's cheap. It's very cheap. It's also beautiful. Naturally, like the nature beautiful. the nature is beautiful. There's some cool things to do, kinda. It's also kind of boring. I'm not even gonna lie. But if you are someone who just likes walking around and all that kind of stuff like I do, it's pretty decent. It's relatively safe. You don't really have to worry about too much. And as I said, it's very, very, very cheap. The one downside, which is a big downside for me, is the food is trash. Unless you like rice and beans. Which, maybe I shouldn't call it trash. I didn't like it. How about that?
Is exempt from corporate tax, and import and exports are free from custom duties and
I'm gonna go back
value-added
though.
tax.
I need to go back.
After the US-China trade war
Give
began
it
in
another
2018,
chance.
the zone's tariff-free access to markets like the US and the EU made it a crucial hub for Chinese products entering Latin America. Data shows that in recent years, Chinese private and state-owned enterprises have invested billions of US dollars in Panama. According to China's Ministry of Commerce, as of 2023, more than 40 Chinese companies were operating in Panama, with 20 setting up their regional headquarters there. Their businesses span trade, finance, shipping, infrastructure, logistics, and real estate. Additionally, over 100 private Chinese companies are now engaged in trade in the Colón Free Trade Zone. To attract Chinese investment, Panama's immigration authorities introduced a special policy in 2018 allowing Chinese nationals to obtain permanent residency. Under this rule, Chinese citizens with a temporary residency permit for at least 2 years can apply for permanent residency. The National Immigration Service clarified that this policy applies exclusively to Chinese nationals, drawing significant interest from the Chinese community. As of 2023, Panama had a population of 4.5 million, with around 300,000 Chinese immigrants, making up about 7% of the total, mostly in Panama's province. However, recent figures from Chinese immigration agencies suggest that the Chinese population in Panama has risen to 17%, with strong representation in business and politics.
Now, that is insane. 17%. And mind you, most of that 17% has happened in the past 10 to 15 years. Now, to try to put it in perspective for some people who are in more homogenous countries, imagine for one, you don't even have to imagine for some of you, but let's just play along. Imagine your country has 5 million people. And over the course of 10 to 15 years, it grows by 1 million people, except those additional 1 million people are not from your country. They're from somewhere else. That's almost 20%. That's pretty significant. Now, also keep in mind that most nations or countries, if we want to use this modern interpretation of it, most of these nations have their own cultures, their own values, their own ways of doing things. So what happens when a bunch of people from another place that doesn't share your values, your culture, your way of doing things start to come? That can create all kinds of issues. Now, in Panama, a majority of the people are very poor. So they don't really have the capital to make sure that things work out in their favor. But these new people do, because they are extensions of their state. So you can't really compete with them. So it causes issues, which is why, if someone's saying, hey, the CCP is effectively controlling the Panama Canal, that's kind of what that means. In most of history, it's big country dominates small country. Panama is a very small country. It has only about 4 million people. China, on the other hand, even if you don't believe their numbers of how many people they have, which I don't think it's 1.4 billion. But even if we say it's not 1.4 billion and it's actually closer to 800 million, that's still significantly more. Their economy is orders of magnitude larger than Panama's. So is their population. Something to keep in mind.
This number cannot be independently verified, but it indicates a surge in Chinese immigration to Panama in recent years. Now, with the Panama Canal emerging as a key point of US-China tensions, the future of Chinese investment and immigration in Panama remains uncertain. On February 6, Panamanian President Jose Raul Mulino announced that the country had formally notified Beijing of its decision to withdraw from the Belt and Road infrastructure projects, making Panama the first Latin American nation to do so.
Our ambassador in Beijing submitted the necessary documents as required by the agreement, which states that cancellations must be announced 90 days in advance. This is my decision. As for those who signed the agreement with China, I don't know their motives. That's for you to assess. What has this brought to Panama over the years?
Mulino stressed that this decision was not made at Washington's request. He said he is taking time to evaluate Panama's relationship with China and determine what best serves the country's national interests. His remark suggests he does not see significant benefits from the Belt and Road Initiative. Panama joined China's Belt and Road Initiative under former President Juan Carlos Varela.
I think I have some content on BRI, maybe. Let's see. Spotlight gonna find it? Probably not. Yeah, it's not gonna find it. Maybe if I type the whole thing, Belt Road. No. Unfortunately, it's not going to find it. That's something that maybe if I just start storing my documents on my local drive, maybe it'll actually find it. But I have some stuff on the BRI because I keep track of it. And many countries don't benefit from it. It's effectively debt trap diplomacy. And that's not to say that other countries haven't done it themselves. You can call it neo-colonialism, right? America engaged in it, and that model was taken and adapted for BRI. the book that I recommended on my last stream, I think it was my last stream, maybe, is called Confessions of an Economic Hitman. And it goes into detail about how we here in America use the International Monetary Fund to do the same thing, where we go into these countries and we have other means, but we go in and we coerce them economically or militarily in order to suit our interests. Same thing is happening here. So, I can't say, and I can't really look at them and in good faith say, oh, they're bad for doing that, when that's literally how most large countries or civilizations or empires have always done. This idea that the world is fair, I don't know where that came from. But if you read enough history, you understand that the world has never been fair, and it never will be fair. And it's a fool's errand to think otherwise. Because as long as there are differences in people and capability, there will always be differences in nations and in capability. It's just a nation or a civilization. It's just a group of people, right? So it necessarily makes sense that if we are not equal as humans, then neither are countries. I'm going to use countries and nations. I'm not going to use civilizations, even though country and nation are fairly new concepts in the modern age.
Varela was also the one who decided to establish diplomatic ties with China and cut ties with Taiwan. Later, he was accused of being involved in millions of dollars in unexplained funds and conducting secretive negotiations with China. In 2019, he was forced out of office amid a major corruption scandal. Spanish media once exposed a private conversation between Varela and Panama's former Maritime Authority chief. The recording suggested that China provided financial aid to Panama in exchange for diplomatic recognition. There were rumors that China secretly gave Panama $114 million, but the money never entered the country's treasury. One of the largest Belt and Road infrastructure projects in Panama, the Panama Canal Colon container port, which was funded by China, became mired in controversy. After 4 years of construction, the project stalled, and the Chinese company involved owed millions of dollars in unpaid land rent to the local government. Other Chinese-led Belt and Road projects in Panama also faced difficulties, which may have contributed to Molino's frustration. On February 2nd, Molino met with visiting U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio. During this meeting, Rubio warned Panama that it must immediately reduce what former President Donald Trump called China's influence in the Panama Canal region. He suggested that failure to do so could lead to retaliation and sanctions from the U.S. Molino had previously rejected discussions with Trump's new administration about the control of the Panama Canal. However, shortly after Rubio's visit, he announced that Panama would not renew its Memorandum of Understanding on Belt and Road cooperation with China in 2026. Under the agreement, Belt and Road membership automatically renews every...
I didn't know it was a memorandum of understanding that needed to be signed for that. I thought that was only for recognizing Taiwan, or I'm sorry, the opposite, not recognizing Taiwan. I thought that was the only thing that they required a memorandum of understanding for. But again, like this is AI voice, so who knows? Maybe the actual stuff is over Taiwan and not this, but who knows?
One party decides to terminate it. Panama had renewed the agreement twice, in 2020 and 2023. Murillo later went further, announcing that Panama will completely withdraw from Belt and Road projects rather than waiting until 2026. The Associated Press noted that this move appeared to be a concession to the US. Many Chinese commentators believe that after more than a decade of efforts, China's influence in Panama is now at risk of collapsing. Some pointed out that Chinese businesses, which had thrived under the Belt and Road strategy, may now face serious losses with little chance of recovering their investments. One online comment captured the frustration. China and Panama have been in a long-term relationship. Panama accepted the dowry, held the wedding, and then suddenly ran off with someone else after getting a flirtatious glance. And before leaving, it even said, "We're just not compatible. Take care of yourself." Now China is left with nothing, standing alone in the wind. What was supposed to be a business deal, China mistook it for true love. However, some believe Panama's decision was merely a symbolic gesture under the U.S. pressure. They argue that despite officially leaving the Belt and Road Initiative, China's influence in Panama remains deeply rooted and will not be easily erased. Regarding Panama's announcement on February 7th, Chinese...
See, this is what I dislike here. They're, I don't know if censoring is the right word, but they're blurring out the subtitles. Which makes me wonder, like, why are they hiding that? there are some people who can read Chinese, barely, but enough to be able to make sense of what's being said. And there are some people who are curious enough to take what they see and try to go and translate it. That's me, by the way.
His foreign ministry spokesperson Ling Jian responded at a regular press briefing.
方对美国通过施压胁迫的手段
China firmly opposes the U.S.'s coercive tactics to undermine Belt and Road cooperation and regrets Panama's decision not to renew the Memorandum of Understanding.
This is China's latest official statement on the issue. Given Panama's importance to Beijing and China's history of behind-the-scenes maneuvering, there may be more going on beneath the surface. Recently, online sources claim that reports circulating within Beijing's political circles suggest China is using deception in the Panama Canal dispute. According to these claims, Panama's decision to withdraw from the Belt and Road Initiative is actually part of its Chinese strategy to mislead the United States. The theory suggests that China believes Panama cannot resist U.S. pressure. As a result, President Xi Jinping, through diplomatic channels, allegedly advised Panama's president to publicly announce the decision to withdraw from the agreement. The goal, according to these claims, was to ease U.S. pressures while keeping the situation in the Panama Canal unchanged. That means maintaining control of two key ports at both ends of the canal through Hong Kong-based companies.
That part right there. That part right there. At one point, yes, Hong Kong was it's a weird thing, right? Like, it was handed over, and it was supposed to be this one country, two systems thing, but there was this protest a few years ago, and China basically have come in, and it's under 100%. There is no two systems anymore. And that's the result of a lot of like investments fleeing from the region. And there's a lot of issues going on. Maybe we'll get into all that stuff over time.
Additionally, Beijing's observers reveal that Chinese authorities have instructed various Chinese and Hong Kong-owned businesses in Panama to allocate funds specifically for inciting anti-US protests. According to these sources, this plan is already being carried out.
I'm curious, how can the state tell companies, private companies, what they should do with their funds if they aren't controlled by the state?
Media reported that during U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio's visit to Panama, about 200 demonstrators marched through the capital waving Panamanian flags and chanting slogans such as "Rubio, get out of Panama," and "Long live national sovereignty." When riot police blocked the protesters near the presidential palace, some demonstrators burned banners featuring images of Donald Trump and Marco Rubio in anger. Reports suggest that these so-called Panamanian protesters opposing the U.S. were actually paid by China.
I know this would never happen, but one thing that could happen is we literally just destroy it irreparably and let them build it themselves and see how that works out. It won't, but you know, it's interesting what a group of people who ain't building anything have to say to another group of people who literally built their way of life. That being said, I'm also aware of the CIA and all like the Americans. I am aware of what's going, like what happened in Panama, but they were poor before we even had anything to do with them.
According to sources within Beijing's political circles, hiring someone to take part in the protest costs less than $100 per person. These kinds of covert operations are something China frequently engages in overseas and has perfected over the years. In support of Panama's anti-US movement, China's ambassador to Panama, Xu Xueyuan, published an article in La Estrella de Panama on February 3rd. In the piece, she sharply criticized the US delegation's visit, calling it a tropical storm that undermines Panama's sovereignty. She argued that China offers Panama opportunities for development while the real threat to the canal comes from the United States. Meanwhile, online sources have claimed that following Panama's decision to withdraw from the Belt and Road Initiative, authorities also ordered the removal of all Chinese language signs and symbols along the Panama Canal, as well as Chinese flags and related elements.
Now, why are there Chinese flags along the Panama Canal, which was not built by them? It's just a thought.
Reports suggest that Chinese-funded projects including high-speed rail, metro lines, port terminals, 5G infrastructure, and schools have all been suspended and placed under review. These moves appear to signal President Mulio's determination to distance Panama from China. This information could not be independently verified. However, after meeting with Rubio on February 2nd, President Jose Raul Mulino stated that Panamanian authorities will review certain Chinese companies operating in the country. Among them is a major 25-year concession renewed in 2021, which allows Hong Kong-based CK Hutchison Holdings to manage ports at both entrances of the Panama Canal.
Now, how is it the case that a Hong Kong-based company is managing the entry and exit to a canal not built by China, but built by America? And then there'd be a whole group of people here saying that, oh no, it's not controlled by the Chinese. I don't understand it. You know, my mind just can't comprehend it, but maybe someone here is smarter than me and they can help me understand.
The investigation will reportedly focus on whether the agreement involves collusion between government officials and private business interests or harmed Panama's national interest. The results are expected by the end of February. Bloomberg, citing sources familiar with the matter, reported that Mulino is weighing the possibility of canceling CK Hutchison Holdings' concession.
You know what? I want to see if there's any news on this. Panama. There's not been any new news on this for a while. Maybe that's not fair to say. There hasn't been any new news on this that Google is showing me. Let's I always forget that how you get to this website. It's CNA Singapore. Maybe it'll, yeah, there we go. Let's see if they have anything. Hutching. I think that's how you spell it. Nah, okay, yeah. So only 20, yeah, there's nothing new about it. So I'll have to check back in the future.
However, sources emphasize that no final decision has been made and the government intend to handle the matter carefully to avoid legal disputes and follow due process. Mulino stated, "We have to wait until that audit ends before we can reach our legal conclusion and act accordingly." According to Bloomberg, 2 lawyers filed a lawsuit on February 3rd, challenging CK Hutchison Holdings' contract, arguing that it violates Panama's constitution. One of the lawyers, Norman Castro, stated that the concession agreement grants excessive tax benefits and hands over large areas of land to the port operator, which goes against the constitutional principle that public interest must take precedence over private interests. A Chinese military commentator known online as Warblade 007 analyzed 3 possible scenarios for future negotiations over control of the canal. The first scenario is that Li Ka-shing accepts compensation and exits, allowing a U.S. company to take over. The second is that the U.S. military directly intervenes, leaving Li Ka-shing with total losses. The third is that China steps in, forcing the U.S. to maintain the status quo. Associate Professor Jia Ilian Chong of political science.
I don't understand how the third option could take place, and I don't see why the first option would take place either. Like, who would compensate? I don't know if it would be Panama. I know it won't be us. And when it comes to the third option, China doesn't really have a navy. And this is our hemisphere. And I'm not saying we own it, but I mean, like, you know, this is happening in our hemisphere. So it would be very hard for China to project any form of power to kind of go against what we say is going to happen with our canal.
At the National University of Singapore commented that the Panamanian government is weighing its options. On one hand, UN sanctions could cause greater damage to Panama than the benefits it receives from China's Belt and Road Initiative. On the other hand, with China's economy slowing in recent years, Beijing has scaled back its investment, with President Xi Jinping shifting Belt and Road focus towards small and beautiful projects. This has made trade, investment, and economic stimulus under the initiative far less attractive than before. Historically, Panama has experienced U.S. military interventions and political influence, so Trump's strong rhetoric could trigger negative historical associations. However, the current Panamanian government has a friendly stance towards Washington and is more willing to adjust its policies accordingly. That said, Chong pointed out that while Panama's withdrawal from Belt and Road may ease concerns within the U.S. defense establishment, it will not stop China from continuing to expand its economic influence in the country. The Panama Canal is a key military stronghold for the U.S., allowing it to project power between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. The U.S. military has long been uneasy about China's investment in Panama. Before his visit, Marco Rubio stated that he'd had no doubt China had a contingency plan to shut down the canal in the event of a conflict with the US. He also said Washington was determined to address this national security threat. There are 5 major ports along the Panama Canal. Besides the 2 operated by PPC, the others are managed by private companies from the US, Singapore, and Taiwan. Notably, after concluding his visit to Panama, Rubio's trip was followed by a post from the US State Department on February 5th. The post was posted on X, announcing that US government vessels can now transit the Panama Canal for free, saving the US government millions of dollars each year. The Panama Canal Authority, an autonomous agency under the supervision of the Panamanian government, disputed the US, stating that it had not made any adjustments to transit fees. It also expressed willingness to engage in discussions with US officials and said it would optimize priority passage for American vessels. President Mulino also denied that the country had reached an agreement allowing US military ships to transit the Panama Canal for free. Speaking at a press conference on February 6, he completely rejected the US State Department statement. However, Mulino noted that he had already explained to the US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth that under Panama's constitution and legal framework, the president does not have the authority to set, raise, or waive canal transit fees. He took a firm stand, stating that while the Panamanian government understands the political dynamics in the US, it will not bow to pressure or make decisions that violate democratic principles. On February 6, at a press conference in the Dominican Republic, Rubio stated,
Okay, please. I'm not confused about Panama. We had conversations. I felt there were strong first steps. We have expectations we made clear in those conversations. I respect very much.
President Mulino had been scheduled to hold a phone call with the US President Donald Trump at 3:30 p.m.
I want to
on
watch
February
that. Let's see. Marco Rubio. Was he in Costa Rica? Oh, no. Dominican Republic, I think. I think it said
decisions that violate
Dominican
democratic
Republic.
principles. On February 6, at a press conference in the
Yeah.
Dominican
It's February 6th. Maybe worth going to watch that a week ago. Was the 6th last week? I don't know if that was a week ago. It has to be longer than that ago. All right, yeah. So here's this press conference. I'm going to add this to my Discord, and I'll get there eventually. I'm gonna put a little question mark in there because I'm not sure if it's really with respect to that.
Republic, Rubio stated,
Okay, please. I'm not confused about Panama. We had conversations. I felt there were strong first steps. We have expectations we made clear in those conversations. I respect very much.
President Mulino
Yeah, I want to know what that question was, as well as just the context, right? Like looks like it's a 30-minute to 40-minute event. So I need to watch that.
had been scheduled to hold a phone call with the US President Donald Trump at 3:30 p.m. on February 7th. While Molina did not disclose the topics of discussion, many expected that Panama Canal to be one of the agenda. However, due to a last-minute change in Trump's schedule, the call was postponed. The foreign ministry said that new date would be announced after coordination between the two countries. In recent weeks, Trump has repeatedly stated his intention to reclaim control of the Panama Canal, citing threats from China. The canal was constructed by the US in 1904 and officially opened in 1914.
For what it's worth, before I move on to the next thing, I think it's worth stating or worth showing something. Let's go to a map or the globe or something. We'll go to Google Earth. So there have been some things that people think are crazy. Like, why are we interested in Greenland, for instance? And I'll show you. Maybe explore Earth. I know a lot of folks aren't too familiar with what's on our planet, but the Arctic is almost like an existential threat to America, especially as this northern sea ice starts to melt. Now, America is an Arctic nation. Canada is too. So that's probably where he's like, oh yeah, they should become the first. I don't know if they should be annexed, but whatever. Like, Canada is an Arctic nation. So is America through Alaska. But there are some other Arctic nations that give us even more access to the Arctic, like Greenland. But then you look over here, and this should look familiar. This is Russia. Now, if we come down just a little bit right here, right? So this is China. And the quickest way for China to get to the homeland, to America, is through the Arctic. Right, so you have here, this is the Korean Peninsula, I believe. I can't get it to orient. But this right here is the Korean Peninsula. This is Japan. This is China. Now, there's this thing called the First Island Chain, which is composed of Japan, Taiwan, Philippines, and then you also have the Malacca Strait, or the Strait of Malacca, however you want to call it. This is Indonesia. It touches the tip of Singapore, right? So let's say if China wanted to project power into America, well, in the past, the Arctic was off limits because it's frozen. All right, now I want to turn off this cloud. It's distracting. Sorry, give me a second. Is that not a thing I can do? Yeah, we can just do map. Perfect. Yeah, look at that. Yeah, this is better. Yeah, I hate the satellite imagery. It doesn't do me any. It's not useful to me. Right. So all of this, not all of it, but the majority of this is frozen. There's only one nation historically that's been able to operate in the Arctic, and that's because, I mean, it's Russia. Like, most of their coastline is the Arctic. So it would make sense that a lot of their development, their technology, have been around being able to have movement, freedom of movement in the Arctic. But as I was saying here, China, if they want to project power in America now, their really only option, their fastest option, is to travel this big ass ocean. This is known as Pacific Ocean. It's very large, okay? It's very large. So if you wanted to get a missile or a boat or whatever from China to here, well, it's going to take a lot of effort. A lot of effort. However, if you instead were to say, you know what? I understand that we exist on a sphere. Spheres, in case you don't know this, at the top, the circumference is smaller than it is in the middle. And then it's small, big, small. That's how most spheres work. Even though technically Earth isn't a sphere, it's pear-shaped. But even in a sphere-like, let's accept that it's sphere-like. It would be much easier for China to project power by coming through here. And look at that. They're in America, just like that. Just like that. Now, I wish that I can show a distance on here. I don't know how to use Google Maps. Or, no, this is Google Earth. I'm sorry. I don't know how to use Google Earth that well. Oh, wait, no, never mind. I can. I just figured out how to use it. Okay, so here's Antarctica. Wait, how does this work? Maybe I'm back to not knowing how this works. So we're going to use that as a point. And this is China here, right? Now, all right, okay, we'll do done. Now let's measure this same point. I shouldn't even have to prove this, but I will. It's fine. We'll measure the same point, and unfortunately, it's not going to work the way I think. Yeah, it's gone. Shit. It deleted it. God damn it. Oh well. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that if you want to get to America quickly, you would not go this way. You would go up north and then back down. If you've ever flown on a plane, that's most flight paths. If you're flying transatlantic or trans-Pacific flights, you're going to go north to the pole, and then you're going to do most of your east-west, and then you're going to go back down. Technically, that is a straight line, but a line is a one-dimensional thing, and we're on a three-dimensional object, so it doesn't appear straight. It's going to appear like a curve, but in reality, it's a straight line. Anyway, I'm getting into the details that don't matter right now. Let's finish this video.
One of the world's most critical trade routes. The US controlled the canal for 85 years. In 1977, the US and the Panama signed the Panama Canal Treaty, which outlined the terms for its transfer. Under the agreement, the US handed over control of the canal to the Panama in 1999. The treaty mandates that the canal must remain permanently neutral and open to vessels from all nations. It also prohibits Panama from granting any third-party rights or concessions that could compromise the canal's neutrality. Additionally, the treaty acknowledges that the US and Panama share a common interest in the security and protection of the canal. If its neutrality is threatened, the US has a right to take action to defend it.
All right, that was that video. I don't know, maybe you learned something. I learned that I need to follow up with this CK Hutchinson Holdings. there's no new news about it yet. So maybe there'll be some in the future. I'll be on the lookout for that. Okay, oh man, I missed my place because I scrolled down like a dumbass. So I got to re-find my place where I was. Okay, all right. So this next one this is old, but yeah, whatever. This is the U.S. bioweapons program about Lyme disease. So let's see what's come out about this. For what it's worth, the context is RFK Jr. has been talking about a lot of the diseases and afflictions that affect Americans today were man-made, that they didn't exist when he was younger. And, I can't refute it because I wasn't here, but at the same time, I knew older people. I knew both my great-grandmothers. I knew my grandfather, and they were around during those times. And it's interesting how they never spoke about these types of diseases. And in fact, it was the opposite, where they were always like, it's all these new things that didn't exist. At the time, I wasn't equating it to diseases, but like new things can be anything, right? So they could have also been talking about this as well. But anyway, let's go through it. Let me make sure that the speed is a little bit faster.
You say that Lyme disease is highly likely a materially engineered bioweapon.
I probably did say that.
Did you say that?
And that's what the developer of
I
Lyme
want all
disease
of our
said.
colleagues to hear it, Mr. Kennedy. I want them to hear it.
He wants all of his colleagues to hear it, so let's break it down today. Is Lyme disease a genetically engineered bioweapon? My name is James Lee, and you're watching Beyond the Headlines on Breaking Points.
I like this dude, James Lee. He's what I think of when I think of journalists. We don't really have many journalists anymore who actually do journalism and go out and investigate things. He seems to be someone who does that. There's another guy on this show or channel, whatever you want to call his Breaking Points team, who does that too. I forgot his name, but we'll probably see some content with him in there as well soon.
The first known cases of Lyme disease were reported in Lyme, Connecticut in the 1970s. But since then, the disease has exploded into a public health crisis, with the CDC estimating nearly 500,000 cases each year in the United States alone. For decades, the official story has been that Lyme disease was naturally occurring, originating from tick bites in the forests of New England. But emerging evidence suggests something far more sinister: government experiments, biological warfare, and a potential cover-up. So to help us unpack the real story, I'm joined today by Chris Newby, an award-winning medical science writer and author of Bitten: The Secret History of Lyme Disease and Biological Weapons. Chris, thank you so much for joining us today on Breaking Points.
Thanks for the invite, James. I appreciate it.
Of course, yeah. I just have to start with the irony of the whole situation. I'm sure you maybe caught some of this during the RFK Jr. hearing. Senator Michael Bennet, he was grilling RFK saying, "Did you say that Lyme disease came from a lab, blah, blah, blah?" And I've been looking at this, as you know, kind of in the background. I'm thinking to myself, well, I think it maybe did come from a lab. So I think, the government, in order to convince us that a conspiracy doesn't exist, may have just drawn more attention to the possibility that one might exist. So I want to give you that opportunity to kind of lay out your research. We know for a fact that...
Before we get into the arguments for or against, I do just want to add that things like Agent Orange were created. Like, there have been a lot of things that were created in labs. A lot of things. And there have been a lot of things that our government have done that are immoral and unethical and outright a danger to the citizens of our nation. My best known example, because of my history, is the Tuskegee experiments, where they gave Black people syphilis and didn't tell them to study them. So in my mind, a country, a state that is willing to do that to its own citizens, for me, it's not that hard for me to make a logical leap to maybe they would be willing to create, biological weapons that cause diseases in people.
The U.S. government has had a long history of experimenting with biological weapons, and then Plum Island, coincidentally just a few short miles away from where Lyme disease was first appeared, was a top secret bioweapons research lab. So what evidence have you found that suggests that Lyme disease did actually come from a lab, and was it perhaps part of a Cold War era bioweapons program?
Well, it hasn't been definitively proven that Lyme disease was engineered and weaponized, but what we know for sure is there was a concerted program, almost as large and secretive as the Manhattan Project, to weaponize fleas, ticks, and mosquitoes. And by weaponized, I mean injecting them, inoculating them with some of the most deadly diseases with the intent of dropping those insects on an enemy population, a city, to weaken that population and tie up their medical resources so it'd be easier for an invasion to happen. So there is definitive, undeniable proof that we were weaponizing those bugs. Whether or not Lyme was engineered, it hasn't been proven yet, but I wouldn't rule it out, keeping an open mind, because there's some very unusual things about the genome of Borrelia burgdorferi, the Lyme, the bacteria that causes Lyme disease.
Yeah, so I know that in the book that you were citing, the Dr. Willy Bergdorfer, I believe his name was, and he was credited with discovering Lyme disease. And my understanding that he made some kind of admissions that came out later on before he died. Can you tell us a little bit about the details of that?
Yes. So what Willy Bergdorfer did in the beginning of the bioweapons program was he took ticks and he would stuff them with multiple viruses and bacterium to meet a military objective. Like, we want a deadly tick bite here. We want an incapacitating tick bite. So it will weaken a population. So it was crude gain of function experiments, because once you mix multiple pathogens in the belly of a tick, viruses like
I know that gain of function became part of the popular speak not long ago, but this is a thing that's been going on for a while. And gain of function, it's in the name. It's, you want to take a virus and be able to do something to it so that it gains additional potency or capabilities. The function, that's the functional part. This has been something that's been going on for a while. Now, when I first learned about these things that were going on, I think it was 2013. So not that long ago, but long ago relatively compared to 4 years ago. And when I learned about it, I never thought that it was for weapons. I always assumed that it was for good, like for producing medicines and all that kind of stuff. It wasn't until very recently where I was like, oh, perhaps the gain of function is to do things that are evil.
Mutate the bacteria. It's what they do. So, so he would mix them inside ticks, put them on little rodents, see which rabbits died fast. He would cull that organism from the blood, and then he would send the samples to Fort Detrick, and they would see, can we weaponize this germ? So that sort of happened in the 50s. In the 60s, the military realized, well, it's hard to reliably stuff fleas and ticks and mosquitoes in a bomb and put them on the shelf till you need them. So they went to just brewing the organisms, some of them tick-borne, in a large steel tank, like you would brew beer. Then they would freeze dry the organisms, make them into dormant spores, and then they would hire a contractor like General Mills, the people that bring you Cheerios, to figure out how to mill them and powderize them so you could spread them over a battalion.
Dang, the way she said it, the people who bring you Cheerios. I don't eat cereal. I don't eat trash in general. You shouldn't eat cereal if you do.
City. So that was the plan. And then the biological weapons program was ended by Nixon in '72. Research carried on under the umbrella of defense, at Detrick and overseas. So that's pretty well established that those happened. Now, Borrelia burgdorferi, the bacteria that causes Lyme disease, recent papers that have genetically sequenced.
Wait, Detrick. She keeps saying Detrick. I think I've seen that somewhere, but not in America. I want to say I saw it when I was in Germany. Is Detrick German? I was in, gosh, what's the airport? I don't know. I've been to like 3 of them there. It's the big one that I hate. Oh, it's Frankfurt. Yeah, it's that one. Like, it's the one that I hate. Wait, Heinz. This can't be the same Detrick, though. Can it? Oh, Detrick. Okay, I'm not spelling it right. All right, so maybe I did see Dietrich, but I saw another Dietrich. It wasn't Dietrich. Oh wait, no. This shit looks familiar as hell. Brackens. I don't think that's it. For what it's worth, this is part of what I normally like to do on this day. It's my grandfather's last name is Brackens. But this isn't that. C Pharmacy. I'm trying to figure out who owns Dietrich's. This thing right here. Because I've definitely seen this. And it wasn't here in the States. But maybe I'm conflating two things. Because there was a Dietrich, but in the other place. But this looks like it's spelled with a D. All right, how do we get to there about us? Do they exist? Gosh, what's the airport name? I forgot the airport code. Oh, FRA, I think it's FRA. Yeah, it's Frankfurt, yeah. Let's see here. They should have denial. There should be a guide here. Yeah. Shopping. But it's not this shopping. There's a pharmacy here. I remember having to go to the pharmacy because I have allergies. And I'm dealing with it right now, actually. I need to go take some medicine. Let's see. Click online shopping. Categories. It's not that important, but I need to know now. Maybe health. Okay. Nah, it wasn't here. All right. Why does Dietrich sound so familiar though? I don't remember going to Metropolitan. Not that one, at least. I forgot what terminal I was in. I know it. Wait. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, I was in this main one here. And then definitely didn't go to that one. Yeah, I don't know. All right, maybe I'm just thinking it. Yeah, I would say I'm thinking it.
So it has a mysterious and rapid evolution. In scientific terms, that means it doesn't seem like it was a natural evolution. And so to me, that supports the theory that perhaps they were mixing the bacteria with viruses to make something more virulent. And certainly that's what we saw on the ground in the early 70s in Lyme disease. I went to the Yale archives and looked at the very earliest symptom reports from Polly Murray, and it was just ghastly how horrible that disease was, with a lot of neurological things that were so unusual. And then the joint swelling. And in the end, when I was interviewing him about the Lyme outbreak, he obviously felt guilty. He said he wouldn't give me details of where and how the release of whatever we call Lyme disease really is, but he said accidents happens. Sometimes experiments don't turn out the way you planned.
Wow. And I just want to give people also the bigger picture, right? This is just one small section. I know you've talked about the history just now of the military's tick weaponization program. What are some of the more, crazy experiments that you discovered that they were doing?
Well, I go over these briefly. We meaning the U.S. military, sprayed Lyme bacteria from tugboats around the San Francisco Bay Area in the 50s.
Oh, yes.
Called Serratia. It's supposed to be.
Yes, this is a thing. I remember telling someone who lives in San Francisco this, and she didn't know, which is interesting.
A stimulant and not be lethal, but there's at least one known death from that spraying of that live bacteria onto the San Francisco Bay Area. They did an experiment with a live bacteria in the New York City subways. So they got a live bacteria that was sort of like anthrax, and they had a guy fill a light bulb with it and crash it down on a subway grate. And then they had undercover agents with sniffers, and they determined that if that had really been anthrax, most of the subways would have been contaminated, the people in the subways, and it could have been a mass casualty event. They they mounted sprayers for germs on the back of trucks and went through the Pennsylvania tunnels that way. As far as ticks, I think the most outrageous tick experiments, uncontrolled on an unsuspecting public, were they did a pilot study in 1962 where they dropped infected ticks on Cuban sugarcane workers with the intent of destroying their #1 cash crop so people would overthrow Fidel Castro, the communist leader. The other thing that there's one other experiment that I think could have been a driver for the Lyme area outbreak, and that is
That's just sick. That's see, like, but I'm not going to justify it. What I am going to say is it's no different than using guns and bullets or bombs. You know, creating weapons of war to kill people is, I think it's always evil. Now, I don't know why I have a stronger emotional response to biological weapons. Yeah, that's something that, I need to consider that. Because for whatever reason, I have a stronger emotional response to a biological weapon than I do to a kinetic weapon. And I don't know why that is. Because effectively, they are the same thing. They end in the same result, ultimately.
They were releasing deadly, aggressive Lone Star ticks that had been made radioactive so they could see how far they would travel over months to years. And they released them in coastal Virginia on the Atlantic Bird Flyway. And sure enough, a year after these experiments ended, there was a deadly spotted fever outbreak on Long Island. And these Lone Star ticks carry spotted fever, which is in both the ticks and that disease were non-native in that New York City metropolitan area. And then the other thing that are really bad about Lone Stars is through their saliva, they transmit a red meat allergy that can last a lifetime. And it means you can just take a bite of a hamburger and end up in the ER 5 hours later. So I mean, that's my summary of the most crazy bug-borne weapons programs.
Right. And what the government is asking us to do is basically not put 2 and 2 together and say, well, these are completely, isolated situations, and let's not connect any of the dots here.
I do want to just comment and say that these types of things couldn't happen if we had a transparent government. I don't know at what point in our history we became so secretive. And when I say we, I mean our state. Because obviously they're keeping secrets from us too, even though they're using our money. I don't like it. I don't think that our money should be going to research ways to destroy humanity. And I also don't like that all of these programs are always wrapped under defense, which in my opinion is a misnomer if we're doing things that are for offensive means. Yeah, it's like, fine, yeah, we can have defense spending to make sure that our homeland is protected. But so much of defense is really just offense. And I don't like how we misrepresent what we're doing. And I say what we're doing, I mean the state. What we're doing to make it seem acceptable or okay. I don't like it.
Here. But I want to switch gears to talking a little bit about our major health institutions, because for decades, the CDC and the NIH have downplayed Lyme disease, I think, insisting that, quote unquote, it's hard to catch, easy to cure. Yet, we have hundreds of thousands of people suffering from long-term symptoms. I believe you contracted a Lyme disease at one point in your life as well. That's kind of how you got into this. So, I'm curious your thoughts on why you think the government has been resistant to acknowledging chronic Lyme, and also, does that play into, are they hiding something about the origin of the disease based on what, their actions are?
Well, I think there are a lot of parallels between the COVID outbreak and Lyme disease. I like to say the Lyme disease outbreak was a prequel to what we're seeing with COVID. And the important thing to know is that Lyme was the organism was announced in '82, and during that year was when the incentive structure for the CDC and the NIH and academic researchers changed. This Bayh-Dole Act was passed that said that if scientists in these organizations made a discovery and they patented them, then they could share in the profits if their discoveries were used in vaccines or test kits or treatments. So a major shift. And let's look at incentives again. Willie worked his whole career for the NIH. The NIH was complicit in curing disease and creating diseases. And if you're an NIH scientist and NIH funding is your oxygen, it's the way you stay alive, then why would you sequence the Lyme bacteria and show the world that NIH created this monster germ? I mean, what's the incentive there?
Yeah, we've seen disclosures recently of billions of dollars over the course of a decade of these kind of royalty payments, and the information a lot of times is redacted from the public. We don't really know who the payments are coming from, nor how much they are for. So it's really hard to pinpoint exactly what's going on. And one of these organizations that I do want to bring up with you as well is the American Lyme Disease Foundation, which is kind of like the foremost authority on Lyme research and treatment. But they also have ties to the CDC, NIH, various insurance companies. I would, imagine that there's some incentives to suppress the reality that people with Lyme disease or suffering from chronic Lyme disease have. Do you have any thoughts on this? Are my suspicions off base, or what do you think?
Yes, the ALDF, the American Lyme Disease Foundation, is basically an AstroTurf foundation. And it was established in 1990 as a way to promote the vaccine.
I don't know what an AstroTurf Foundation is. I had to go look that up. Unless she's talking about, she's using AstroTurf as in like it's fake. Because AstroTurf is fake. No. Foundation, organization. Oh, okay. So I got the gist of it. So astroturfing is a practice of using fake grassroots organizations to influence public opinion. AstroTurf groups can be funded by corporations and political entities. Oh, in that case, I know of several of them. Oh, okay. So they use fake grassroots efforts to influence public opinion. On the internet, they use software to hide their identity, and AstroTurf groups and campaigns are growing, especially around global warming. Yeah. Some examples: the Oregon Institute of Science and Medicine sponsored the Oregon petition, which urged the U.S. government to reject climate change measures. The Brookings Institute and the American Enterprise Institute have been revealed as covertly supporting a wide variety of advocacy causes. Huh. Well, yeah, that's interesting. Just learned something.
And with Lyme disease, you have to realize that we know what the treatment is for Lyme disease. It's an early treatment of a safe, tested antibiotic, cheap. It used to be, when I was sick, it was $10 at Costco to get doxycycline. The real money was in vaccines, because it's an annuity. You get paid every year to have this preventative shot. So because the incentives structure in medicine changed, all the researchers in pharma.
An annuity, and like basically annual recurring revenue, essentially, you could look at it that way. That's a strong incentive. It's a very strong incentive. And given that there's so much money to be made in vaccines, someone like myself who believes that when you show the incentives, you uncover a lot of where people are going to put a lot of their effort. There seems to be an incentive to have vaccines because you get recurring revenue on an annual basis. So I don't think it's that much of a mental leap to say that if someone knows that they can get annual recurring revenue, that they have a strong incentive to make sure that they can get that strong, that revenue, meaning they may create the conditions where they can then sell their solution. I'm not saying that's what's happening, but I'm also not saying that that's what's not happening. If we were to put this on a probability curve, I would say that it's greater than 50% chance that the incentives are aligned such that people are willing to create problems so that they can sell their solution. And this is, my only context or background or supporting evidence is just the history that I'm familiar with. Not just here in America, but world history. I know, I guess, what's the right way? So world history, I know at a survey level, but there are certain countries where I know it much more deeply. Certain civilizations where I know it much more deeply. And they like to say that history rhymes, and it does. Realize that there are only so many ways that people subjugate others. There's not really anything new. We're using old techniques, divide and conquer. The greatest invention man-made has ever made, or mankind has ever made. And it works. I can't think of a single instance in which divide and conquer does not work. It works so well that we even brought it into computer science, and that's how we do our search and sorting algorithms. The most efficient ones are always divide and conquer.
So ALDF was a front for promoting the vaccine that was eventually pulled off the market. And it was established by what I call the new disease carpetbaggers who moved in to get a piece of the pie of this new organism. And at that time, you could just look at a microscope at the Borrelia bacterium and genetically identify a surface protein on that organism. And if it was ever used in a vaccine or a test kit, money would be raining down on you, so that happened. And so the people in the 1990s, ALDF website, the technical advisors, are pretty much the Lyme discoverers. They're all in their 70s, some late 70s, and they're there to protect their commercial interests. Some of them are involved in the new vaccine trial from Pfizer, and they're also protecting their legacy. They have built their whole careers on saying Lyme disease is easy to diagnose, easy to treat, easy to cure. But you know what? It's been over 50 years since it first came on the scene. We still don't have a reliable test. We don't have a reliable treatment. About 20% of the people who get Lyme disease and co-infections or whatever go on to become chronically ill, and that's becoming a real burden on our society. We don't have very good prevention programs because CDC admits we have 500,000 people a year who are getting Lyme disease, and then who knows what other co-infections, and that has grown steadily since we first started tracking it in the early 80s. This is a huge problem that's being completely ignored, I think, because of money and because of the people involved in the initial discovery have been read into the whole.
You know how ironic it would be if the growth rate of the people who are infected year over year aligns with the inflation rate. Just saying. That would be very odd if that happened to be the case. Surveillance data, huh? Man, I was hoping to see a picture. I am not about to read right now. Excuse me. I'm going to open up ChatGPT and see if we can get it to do something. If I need to, I will give it this slide if it's too different. Okay. I'm asking for a chart because I want to see if what ChatGPT has, if it's similar to what I'm looking at now. It doesn't need to be the same. It just needs to be similar. Okay. All right. Give me the derivative of that trend line. All right, it gives me a table, which, oh, okay, it's only, okay. So rate of change 252, 887, 15. Okay, so from here to here, it's accelerating quite quickly. Slows down a little bit, slows down a little bit, accelerates again, accelerates again. Okay. Now, I'm going to comment that and let's see. But I'm curious to know, give me a correlation between this trend and inflation for the same time period. Hopefully it gives me just a correlation and not like a line, but hey, whatever, we'll see. I don't need you to explain what the hell I know, just... Oh, it did. Okay. The resulting correlation coefficient. Okay. So it's not strongly correlated. Okay. I mean, it says it here. All right. Perfect. In the future, I wish it would just give me the freaking response. Got stuck. Long, pointless phone call. Missed a lot. What are you working on? I'm not working on anything. I am, as the title says, I'm watching the internet. I'm not working on anything right now. I no longer, because I don't have a job, and even if I did, I wouldn't be able to stream it again. Like if it's a new type of company, if I go back to engineering, I wouldn't be able to live stream my work, the actual work. It would just be me, I guess. You just see me working, and no one watches my dev logs. No, there's no engagement there, so I'm not doing those anymore. So I do my work on my own these days. So I'm just watching the internet. We're almost through this video, and then I'm going to move on to the next video. By the way, I just went on a tangent. I had a thought. I was like, I wonder, it would be ironic if the rate of infections correlated with inflation, but it doesn't. I mean, it does. There is some correlation, but it's very weak.
Storyline, and they don't want to be discredited. Luckily, Willie came clean, and we know what we know now.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. The way I think about it is if you can make a treatment for a small subset of people, that's going to be a lot less money if you can convince everybody of a larger pool to take, like you said, an annuity to say, okay, you need this every single year. That's probably much more lucrative, and where I think a lot of the issues with modern science, modern medicine lies is with these kind of misaligned incentives of money making. But before I let you go, you certainly given us a lot to think about. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've been working on recently, where people can follow you, things like that? All right,
we'll move on. It's already been 16 minutes on that. So, oh wait, not ChatGPT again. We want to go to here. All right. Oh, this is the experiment on learned helplessness, or this is an experiment on learned helplessness. Let's watch it.
Just do the first one only. An anagram is rearrange the letters to form a word. When you're done, I need to see your hand raised. Put your hands down. Let's just go to number 2. Don't even worry about number 1. When you're done, I want to see your hands up. For number 3, rearrange the letters, and as soon as you do, go ahead and put your hand up. Here's what you need to know. You were both given 2 different lists. This side of the room was given these 3 words. And left side of the room, here you go. They were given bat. What would the word be? The second one, they were given lemon. Brian, the word? Melon. They were easy. The trick here was both of you were given the third word, which was the same. The third word was cinerama, which was American. Your first 2 words on this side of my classroom were not solvable. They were impossible tasks. I'm sorry. I know, but here's what we did this for. I was able to induce something called learned helplessness in the left side of the room very easily within about 5 minutes. I want you to think about what happened to you, this left side of the room, when you saw the right side of the room raising their hands because they already had the task done. Jory?
Felt stupid.
You felt stupid? Okay.
I felt rushed.
Felt rushed? Joelle?
I was even more confused.
You were even more confused because they all got it and you were still struggling. Chelsea?
Frustrated.
Frustrated. And so what happened to show the differences? Why did you have more of a difficult time with the third word, which was the exact same word? Brian?
My confidence was shot.
What you experienced was a term called learned helplessness. How many have heard of the term before? Let me see your hands. Learned helplessness is often used in the academic literature to mean what? Jory?
Basically, they fail once or can't do something one time, and then they apply that to everything in the future.
These are anagrams. Just do the
There you
first
go.
one only.
It is very easy to manipulate people. It's incredibly easy. And I wonder how much of that is happening right now in our society. I've been around people who are like this, and it baffles me where it doesn't make sense to me, where they'll fail at something or they'll see others failing at something and then say, oh, well, I can never do X, Y, or Z. And I'm just like, what? Like, those are not even logically equivalent. They're independent, but no, not everyone thinks that way. It's just good to know that this is something that exists. And if you are an engineer type, you can socially engineer a group of people to do or not do certain things based off of that learned helplessness. So we'll go on to the next thing. Oh, this was funny. Maybe I think I already shared this now that I think about it. This looks familiar. Maybe it's not. I'll go ahead and read it anyway. Things to do. Yeah, I did read this. No, I'm sorry. I've already read this. Let's go on to something else. This is on the last stream. I think I did that too. So perhaps we will go into explaining totalitarianism.
As a Zoomer,
so this is What If Alt Hist. He's fairly young, but he's done a lot of research. He's very well read. In fact, he's way more well read than me on certain things when it comes to history. I would say most things when it comes to history. How about that? I only know bits and pieces of certain civilizations. He seems to have a pretty strong grasp on a lot of different civilizations. So let's go into this one. Let me make sure I give it a little speed boost. And I've already gave it a like. And it's called We Live in a Totalitarian Society. I think he's going to define totalitarianism, so I won't define it. But I think that once you understand the definition, you will see quite clearly maybe his thesis is spot on. And I say, wait, maybe. I haven't watched this. Like, obviously, I haven't watched it, so I'm watching it together.
The 21st century is the only thing I've known. This results in subconscious assumptions in how I process my environment, which I forget aren't normal for the general population. For example, I mentally process the world wars as ancient history, even though I grew up with knowing relatives who fought in them. This is a pretty important detail, since the 20th century draws a pretty long shadow, in that it's possibly the most important and most insane century in human history. What we also forget is that the 20th century, in many ways, exists in opposition to the rest of human history. Almost all of human history agrees on a series exists.
Wait a minute. I think this is pretty important to see. First world, all the ones in blue. because first world has been co-opted to mean rich countries, when in reality it had nothing to do with rich or poor. It just happened to be that the countries that we were in opposition to were poor. So these over here are the second world. Russia, aligned with the USSR. And those who had non-alliance are third world countries.
In opposition to the rest of human history. Almost all of human history agrees on a series of about a dozen precepts.
All right, let's read through this. Is he going to read through it?
Which the 20th century disagrees with. One of the
Okay, he doesn't. So let's read through it. So things the rest of history believes that we don't. Men and women are biologically different. I assume he's saying we in like the nation, but not in reality. Race, sex, ethnicity, and class are partly biological. Progress is not an innate law of the world. Family, community, and nation is the bedrock of human life. This is why I kept saying that this nation is relatively modern. Because most places where I've gone is tribe family. It's not nation. It's here in the West, in America especially, where we have this strong sense of nation and country and all that kind of crap. Anyway, war is a nasty reality to accept. Equality doesn't really exist. I think I was talking about that earlier. The greatest thing are divine and the lowest are demonic. I'm going to take that one step further. Evil can only destroy. The lowest. And all things that are good, or like building or creating, are just, that's all good. So creation, good, destruction, bad. Divine, creation, demonic, destruction. There are archetypal forms to the universe. Human nature is innately fallible. There's a divine and spirit world. Consciousness exists in its own right. Happiness has more to do with values and connection than with material wealth. This is something that I am guilty of believing until I got material wealth. And then it's like, oh, okay, it's empty. It's nothing. That the universe is a self-reflexive conscious system. That history operates in cycles of bad times, decadence. Now, I imagine there's something else, but yes, I've read enough history where I'm just like, I can't deny what the words that other people who are long gone have written. And sure, I can say, oh, they made it up, but it's like, yeah. To say that a bunch of people across multiple cultures, across multiple epochs made up stuff, I don't know. Not if it's similar. But let's keep going.
On a series of about a dozen precepts, which the 20th century disagrees with. One of the amazing points I've learned from reading up the history of philosophy, of which Bertrand Russell and Tarnas have amazing books, is that each era of history, due to the structural incentives of the society, as well as its worldview, have certain philosophic issues which they struggle.
Peak geographic extent of Greco-Roman classical civilization. How did Greco come before Roman? I think I know why. The Greek part of Rome became the dominant part of Rome. And to some extent still kind of exists, but it's not East Rome. Where Italy over here. It's not this part of Rome. But Constantinople was moved, the capital of Rome. It was moved to the Greek portion or the eastern portion of Rome. So maybe that's it. In fact, a lot of the religions that we have here in the West, the Abrahamic religions, were from the Greco-Roman area. Persia was over here as well, and some other places.
Struggle with the classical world of Greece and Rome, for example.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. This is Yemen. I didn't know that Rome went down there. I thought that they were purely a Mediterranean power. But yeah, it looks like they may have went a little bit further than I thought. It's actually quite impressive when you think about it. If you go to this area of the world, man, like to be able to build an empire. Anyway, I don't think it was a cohesive empire based off of what I have read. But even still, to have conquered all of these places, to have gone, because this is harsh geography in these regions. You have insane mountains. Down here, you have deserts. Over here, you have like forest and just the woods, wilderness. It's crazy. And then you have the Mediterranean, which, you know, all of the civilizations that sprung up around the Mediterranean talk about how destructive it is, how harsh it is. In fact, I think I've said this before. The flood stories, I think it has a lot to do with this right here, the Strait of Gibraltar and this Atlantic Ocean potentially creating this sea here.
Have certain philosophic issues which they struggle with. The classical world of Greece and Rome, for example, had the technology for the Industrial Revolution, like the steam engine in computing, but since their aristocratic ethic viewed actual physical labor or testing things empirically as beneath their honor, they were incapable of actually realizing science or the Industrial Revolution. Medieval philosophy had a tendency towards autistic obsession over tiny details of theology, since in a worldview built off the assumption that the Bible is the exact living word of God, you will obsess over tiny details of God's word. Chinese philosophy has always had a bias towards conservatism, given China has always been the dominant player in their region.
Oh, what does that say? What is that? That almost looks like Uyghur. Huh. Yunnan. This almost looks like not China. So what's that? That looks like that's not the same color. These are different colors. Interesting. By the way, China, as far as I am aware, is now all of this and some of this. Some of it, not all of it, but some of it. I think there's a desert here. I don't know what it's called. I want to go look now. Google, wait, Earth? Do I still have it? Yes, perfect. I want to say it's the Gobi Desert, but I feel like I'm wrong. Because why would it be the Gobi Desert? Man, it would be dope if I can orient this ball in a way that I would like. All right, it's not gonna tell me the name of this desert, is it? Maybe I'll just type Gobi Desert to see if I'm wrong. It doesn't have to, like, I don't need to know what it is. I just want to know if I'm wrong. I wasn't wrong. Look at that. I was not wrong. It is the Gobi Desert. Okay. Because there was a point in my life where I was wondering, I'm like, how come there's no actual boundary here? And I like to wonder about things, and how do we have these boundaries between nations? And a lot of boundaries I learned a long time ago, this is when I was a kid, that a lot of boundaries are natural boundaries. So maybe a desert would be a boundary, maybe a river would be a boundary, maybe a lake or an ocean or a mountain range. And the reason why I thought this is because, you know, if you have these groups of people who are trying to conquer land, what's stopping them, right? Like, why would it just be a fake line like we have over here in Canada and America? This line right here, where if you were to look at this on satellite, maybe I'll pull up the satellite back. It's literally, you can see it from space. Well, maybe not. The trees, there's like a line in the middle, and you actually see it. Look at that. See? That's the actual border. There's trees, and it goes the whole length through. Like, you can see a line, which is crazy. Even in these trees here, it's kind of insane that there is a line. But that's not a natural line, right? Because borders are typically never lines. And this is something that I wonder when I was younger, because, you know, you would look at these states here, and then some of the states, they have these crazy borders. And then you get to states like Colorado, Wyoming, the Dakotas. And it's like, why are they so square? And if you're like me and you've seen other nations, because I had a little globe growing up, and you're like, how come nowhere else on Earth except for a few places are there straight lines? Well, when you start to see straight lines, that's where history comes in. So for instance, Egypt, there's some history as to why there's a straight line for those boundaries. When you come into UAE, there's a reason why we have these straight lines like this. In fact, there's a reason why if you are in Oman going to UAE, you have to leave Oman to get into UAE, and then you pass through Oman again. Right? It's stuff like that, little coincidences of history. You see here, like none of these other borders are straight. They're all delineated by something natural. Most of them are. Even our southern border is delimited by a natural boundary, although it's not that strong of a boundary. It's a river, the Guadalupe River, right here. So empties out here. So that's what establishes the border with Texas and Mexico.
Of the world for almost all of history, and they have every incentive towards conservatism since they were already the ones on top. This is why China invented the printing press, gunpowder, and the compass, but never used them, thus causing China's multi-thousand-year civilizational decline. The 20th century casts an overwhelming shadow over our era. One of the videos, which I've been meaning to make for years, but I haven't yet, is that the 20th century posits a series of philosophic lessons which we really need to learn, and also posits a series of philosophic assumptions that are just vastly incorrect. However, we haven't had enough time to realize them. In short, the enormous godlike power that the Industrial Revolution brought, alongside the incredible wealth and near utopian conditions of the late 20th century economically, as well as the incredibly rapid speed of technological change.
I'm curious. Who thinks we actually landed on the moon? I'm not gonna lie. I thought when I was younger, I really believed we landed on the moon. Like truly believed. However, I'm not so sure. Let's just analyze this photo. We see that there's light coming from his front over here. Perhaps this is the sun. Perhaps. I don't know. But let's say that it is. Let's say this is the sun. It's coming at an angle here, and we see the shadow here. So, okay, there's a shadow there. But here's what it's just hard for me to wrap my head around. Why does the flag look like it's moving? Maybe not a big deal for the non-photographers, but like, if this were really, really dark, which let's say that the moon is, and there's a ton of dynamic range, then one would expect that you would need to use a lower shutter speed. Or maybe not. Maybe they used an incredibly fast shutter speed and they caught this as the flag was falling. But it looks like this is waving. I would expect it to just be like just down, but maybe not. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. I don't know if we've landed on the moon. That's where I'm at. I think it was fake. Now, because one of the guys who supposedly went said it was fake before he died. On camera several times in public. He said it didn't happen. We faked it. Now, he may have been lying, you know, who knows, but
change meant that we started believing lots of things that the rest of history would see as completely insane. Our current era of history is the finishing act of the long 20.
Also, hold on, I can't go back. I can't pass it yet. Somehow we were able to land on that rock. What year is this? 60 odd years ago? Yet for whatever reason, with all of the so-called advancements in technology we've had, we have been unable to do it again. And when I say we, I'm not just talking about our state. I mean humankind. How come no other country, state, civilization has put a man on the moon or gone to the moon since the 60s? I'm not buying it that we actually landed there, but you know, I could be wrong, and I'm happy to be wrong.
20th century, which started with World War I and is going to end with whatever political crisis we're about to have. We don't realize how close we still are to the 20th century. Thus, we make staggering errors in how we relate to our environment in a variety of different ways. The easiest example of this is that we believe that a man and a woman can be the same, that we can print infinite money sustainably with no consequences, and culture or the nation doesn't matter. Possibly the cruelest thing the 20th century believed is totalitarianism. Totalitarianism is the shadow of the immense power of the industrial world. I believe that totalitarianism is the endpoint of the worst aspects of industrialization. Something I will try to articulate in this video is that the modern West, including America, although we may not realize it, is a strange form of totalitarian democracy. That sounds like a contradiction. However, once you realize this, you will find it's literally our entire society. The totalitarianism of our society is so overarching that is in fact the dominant variable of our society. What went wrong and what do we do about it? Is known for being exceptionally fit for a man his age, and he's talked about the different ways he keeps in shape. One of which is taking NM. They talk about better. These two help you stay young and fit. If you take Black Forest has both. Take these, and if you
I'm
exercise,
gonna let this
it'll
play
really help
just
you stay
because
young and
we're
fit.
watching this content.
So go check out the sponsor today.
I don't believe in any supplementation. Just fun fact. I think that you can get everything you need from the food that you eat, just like our ancestors did, and they seem to do okay.
Links are below, and
but if you like
take them,
supplements,
might
go
be
check them
pleasantly
out.
Surprised.
You know, get a
I know
discount.
I've been.
You should try NMN today, where Black Forest has a wonderful buy two, get one free deal for the next 48 hours. So click the link below and start reclaiming your own masculinity with Black Forest.
My recommendation to reclaim your masculinity is to go and work out. It doesn't necessarily mean just lifting weights. You can do other things. Let's see here. That's a hot take from previous forges. Let me pull over your chat so I can read it. What about the incredible amounts of engineering documentation we haven't gone back because of funding, interest, risk, and lack of actionable research benefits? Well, yes, we have engineering documentation, but engineering documentation is not proof that we actually went to the moon. It's just proof that we may have built rockets and shuttles that went into space, which I'm not denying. I 100% believe we have gone to space and that we have people in space, but not to the moon. And I also did just say that it's not just when I say us, I mean humankind, not just America. I would necessarily believe that due to the progress of technology, that things have gotten safer. So I would assume that risk goes down over time. I would also assume that the cost goes down over time. That takes down your funding and your risk, and the lack of actionable research benefits. Well, as far as I know, the moon is a giant rock with a lot of minerals. So there are some reasons to go there, to mine and all that kind of stuff, but we don't. So yeah, I'm just, maybe it is a hot take, but until someone is able to produce actual proof and, and go against what Buzz Aldrin said, because I think that's the part that maybe you, I don't know if you were here when I said that. Give me a second. Let me pull up my chat again because I just closed it. Let's see. Buzz Aldrin.
If you take them, you might be pleasantly surprised.
Wait. No, we don't want to play this right now. Buzz Aldrin. No moon. Whoa. What is this? I was about to say, maybe it's a true conspiracy. They're over here messing up my internet.
don't want to be presumptuous here. I can call you Buzz. Okay.
That's a legal name. Passport, driver's license.
And I am Uncle Coney tonight.
Uncle Coney.
Let's talk about this because this is fascinating. I remember very.
Wait, so is your argument that the cost is going down now only almost 70 years after the fact? So what about the other 7 decades where costs could have went down? It just stayed there? Normally, the way I think about these things is once you've built something, you no longer have the cost associated with what it took to build it because you know all of the things now. Right? Like you don't have to do research, which is the significant cost driver. So once they've done it once, the marginal cost is not going to be the same as the cost that it took to do it the first time. So for me, logically, the cost should go down the first time you go, because the second time you go, well, you don't have to do the decades, well, it wasn't decades, but I'm just going the decade of research in order to make it happen the first time. No one else has the science or money behind them besides Russia and China. Well, when you say the science, I don't buy that. Here's why. As an actual scientist, there is no the science. Science is a method. It's literally what it is. It's a method. It's not a the. It's like science is more of a description of a process than it is a the. Right? Like it's a method of thought, of finding truth. There is no the science. I had to pull up the scientific method for you. This right here is a process. There is no the science. Something is science if it follows this process so that you gain knowledge. It's always through empirical evidence, as well as the other parts of the, as well as the other part like verifiability, reproducibility, that type of thing. So so this is the method, right? I don't fall into this camp of dogmatic belief in science because that's not something you believe in. It's just a method. I think that recently science has become dogmatic and is emblematic of a new religion where people think that it's something to be believed in and it's an entity, it's a thing. In reality, it's not. But who knows? I don't know. Maybe I still have the old school understanding of it, which was what I got in the 80s. So maybe it's changed to some new age shit that I'm not aware of.
Very clearly, I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember.
But yeah, on your money part, maybe. Somehow China has all the things that we have, and they didn't need the money to produce it. So, like, is it a thing of money? Right? Like, if the knowledge is there, if the engineering designs are there, you don't need the money to fund the research because that's where most of the costs go, is into that. It's not in the materials. It's not in the actual construction. It's the research that is most of the cost. Now, it's hard to differentiate the two for us because the construction, the research, all of those things were happening at the same time. So it's really hard to account for that. But for future folks, it's much cheaper. For instance, the first airplane, incredibly expensive to produce in terms of cost. And I'm not just talking about financial cost, but like cost. Fast forward 50 years, a country can easily produce an airplane relatively for significantly lesser costs than it took us, as well as out in Europe when they were doing their stuff out there too. They could do it for a significantly lower cost because all of the knowledge is there. All of the design principles are there. The proof of work, the actual things are there. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. Therefore, your costs are lower. Think of it like DeepSeek. How, I don't know if this is true. I don't know if I fully buy it. But let's say that they actually only spent $5 million to train their model instead of the billions of dollars that OpenAI spent to train theirs. The difference is, well, one of them had to do the research and development. The other one just did the development. So the cost is a fraction of the original cost. Correction, technical know-how. Okay, all right. Well, so that's engineering. Okay, so your stance is other countries don't have the engineering talent to look at designs that are publicly available and build those things. You shouldn't underestimate humans, whether they live in your country or not. Humans are humans. We are incredibly smart. We have amazing abilities. It's not just isolated to here in America. Yes, we may have a higher concentration of those types of individuals now because people immigrate here. But let's keep in mind that people immigrate here, which is why we have some of the brightest people, is because they come from other places. Simply being born in America doesn't somehow make you better suited to being smarter, having more know-how or engineering expertise or any of that. Just think about how many inventions were invented by Americans who are not native to this country. That goes for some of the weapons that we have too. A lot of the really big deal weapons, yeah, they invented here in America, but by Germans and people who I guess didn't have a country, so I'm just using their ethnicity, and Jewish people. A lot of all of that kind of stuff, jet propulsion, that wasn't us. You know? That was people from other countries. No, I disagree with you wholeheartedly. I think that it's actually the opposite. We cannot do things that are we can't do things affordably. It's not the case for other countries. Other countries can do things affordably. There's this, gosh, what was it? I don't remember the story. It's been so long, but it did happen. And it's about the Russians and how they solve problems versus the Americans and how we solve problems. I think it has something to do with writing in space. So we use pens. Pens are gravity fed, especially ballpoint pens. One of my professors, he's an older guy, and he used to work at NASA, so I'm gonna believe him. He said that we spent millions of dollars trying to engineer a pen that could write in space. And then he contrasted, and he's American, right? And when I say American, he's like American. He's not Russian. Anyway, he said that the Russians, the way that they solved the problem was they said they could use pencils. It's just a difference in mindset and problem solving. Like, yeah, no, we may think that our way of solving problems is the best way, it's the cheapest way, but how would you know? Have you been anywhere else? I'm just curious, like, and I'm talking about for you, like, have you been anywhere else where people solve problems or look at problems differently from how you do? Or when you're in school, I imagine you have classmates, peers who are from different countries who may look at problems and solve problems much differently than you do. I'm not underestimating the cost of spaceflight. I think that you're overestimating the cost of spaceflight. Who was the country that got to space first? The USSR. Space, they did most things related to space first. Rockets, all of that. They are were significantly poor. Like, they didn't really have an industrial base or any of that kind of stuff, yet somehow they were able to accomplish what we thought, the Americans, who we were richer than them, we thought they couldn't do it, and they did. I think there's a lesson there. You know, you shouldn't underestimate others, right? Like, yes, it may cost us a shit ton of money to do something, but that doesn't mean that it's going to cost other people a shit ton of money to do something. Like with all engineering, there are trade-offs. You know, maybe for us, it was unacceptable to have, you know, death or like certain conditions in space. There are all kinds of things that, you know, we may be optimizing for that our competitors don't necessarily care about. It's for the same reason why here in America, it costs about $170 million per kilometer to build railroad track. Whereas in other countries, it's closer to 20 million, 15 million a kilometer for high speed. I'm sorry, this is for high speed railroad track, not just regular plain old railroad tracks. For the same reason why in certain countries, it may only cost them a couple of, $100,000 to build multi-story buildings, where here in America, it costs us orders of magnitude more. You got to think about it's more than just the cost that you think, right? Like engineering is always trade-offs. Some things can be disregarded. They're not important, so that we don't have to bear that cost. I think that there's a lot of grift in our country, which inflates the cost of things. Doesn't necessarily have to be. I think because we, and I'm not saying this is a bad thing, but we have a high standard of living in our country. And that costs a lot. Not every country has a high standard of living. So things cost much less, specifically labor. So yeah, you're right, but only looking in the frame of you being here in America. As soon as you leave America, like your frame of reference, it kind of disappears with you leaving America. It's like it's no longer valid. The cost to do something here is not the cost to do something elsewhere. I have a really good case in point. I bought a red pepper here in America a couple days ago. It cost $3. Now, I bought red peppers in at least 7 other countries on 2 other continents. And in no case was that pepper anywhere near $3. So the cost of making food is more expensive here than it is elsewhere. Doesn't mean that it's necessarily better. It's just costs are different in different places. And but I somewhat agree with you. If you were to say they can't do the research and development, I'm not going to fully agree with you, but I would be more inclined to agree with you on that point, because that's actually expensive, right? Like you need things in place before you can do certain things. Unless you are, certain societies where they say we don't care about those things and we can disregard those things, like one of our competitors in the past, USSR, who, by the way, they won the space race, which is why we felt the need to go to the moon. Yet for whatever reason, it was somehow broadcast live on NBC, and somehow they were able to have a conversation with people who are on the moon in near real time. Interesting. In fact, the footage was all fake. They even mentioned that. The footage that you saw on NBC, that was all fake. That wasn't actual footage. Because how in the hell are you going to transmit video from the moon? You've never been there. Like, we don't really have the technology that could, do that back then. Yet for whatever reason, like, people believe that we did. No. Anyway, I'm going on long enough about this. I'm gonna go back to the video at hand. We don't have time to watch Buzz, but you could go find it. I should have shared it. I'll share it in Discord.
NMN today, where Black Forest had a wonderful buy 2 get 1 free deal for the next 48 hours. So click the link below and start reclaiming your own masculinity with Black Forest.
Part 1, Totalitarian versus Authoritarian. The reason I wrote this video is that I was on Tom Bilyeu's podcast, where I was arguing the point that Trump isn't Hitler, because Hitler was a totalitarian, and I do not think Trump is an autocrat who's looking for undemocratic power, but I was saying if Trump were to be, there's no way he'd be a totalitarian, he would be an authoritarian. In that, Hitler had this enormous vision of what the German state would be, encompassing every single aspect of the average German's life, with the complete breaking of German society to form a new civilization. And I said, hypothetically, if Trump were to be a sort of strongman, he would be more in the Latin American tradition, where in Latin America, what you find is certain dictators who are strongmen who seize power, the caudillos, and then they create a cult of personality, they help their buddies out, but they're not changing the total society. And what I was saying on Tom's podcast that I find so important is that this is a truly vast distinction that I realize I need to talk about, because if we can't figure out this distinction, we're going to be in a very bad place.
Yeah, that's a very important distinction between totalitarianism and an authoritarian state. which is totalitarianism. It's literally about changing the entire makeup of society, which is why I'm like, I might agree with his thesis that we live in a totalitarian society, especially over the past 4 or 5 years. It's hard to miss. But maybe I wonder if he's going to mention some of the new ideologies that have come out and how we need to change our speech. I wonder if he's going to mention that. So let's see.
There are certain words and terms which seem to be quite similar, but in fact could not be more different in actual real world application. An easy example of this is the difference in classical liberalism and consensus liberalism, or the liberalism of the French Revolution versus the American Revolution.
Wait, I got to go back to here. Let's read through this. So I am familiar with Locke, empirical, American Revolution, human nature is flawed, rationalistic, natural law, capitalism, Berkenhume. I don't know who Berkenhume are. I don't think I've ever read anything from them. And masculine. I can see that based off of what I understand off of the American Revolution. Obviously, I don't know much about British and their revolution, if they even had one. I am very familiar with Rousseau, the romantics, national will, okay, noble savage. I don't know about that. Feminine. I don't know if I have enough knowledge to have a nuanced understanding of what feminine means, other than this picture down here. So maybe this implies that it would lead to tyranny, though. Atheist, wait, did he misspell it? Authoritarian? Yeah, I think he misspelled it. Relativist and progress oriented. So progressive. Okay.
Census liberalism, or the liberalism of the French Revolution versus the American Revolution. This is the right-left binary inside liberalism. Due to complex word games, we can't see the enormous differences between these two supposed types of liberal. The difference between authoritarian and totalitarianism is a great example of this. On paper, authoritarian and totalitarian seem like practically the same word. To start, an example of authoritarianism would be a lord in feudal medieval Europe. Keep in mind that for almost all of human history, the state was less powerful than it is today, given the state overreach of the 20th century is something basically unparalleled in the pre-industrial world. Probably something like 95% of societies in human history are some shade of authoritarian. An example of authoritarianism is, again, a lord in medieval Europe who has control over his estates and the peasants living on them. In medieval Europe, especially depending on the country, the feudal lord had economic, political, judicial, and military control over the peasants on his land. The great irony is that this was vastly less intrusive on personal life than any government in the industrial world today. The state was less than 2 to 3% of the economy in the pre-industrial world. Now the government makes up between 40% to 2/3.
That's a very frightening stat that I learned while I was in another country, because I realized there that a lot of the people were supported by the government, either through government jobs, that was the main employer, or government subsidies, or like they just get money from the state. And that made me think. I was like, oh, well, that's bad. And I used to think, oh, America, the reason why we're where we are is because of X, Y, and Z. And then I started to look at America. And I was just like, wait a minute. The American government is the largest employer in our country too. And that made me wonder, how are we that much different from some of the other countries who we claim are a certain type of way? Is this America? Oh, this is America. Oh, this is America. Oh, look at that. So government spending, I was about to go look at it so I can show you. It's insane. I look at government spending as basically it's what's driving the economy, right? So our government drives our economy, which is scary. 46.8% in 2020. For what it's worth, GDP is fundamentally a measure of spending or money exchanging. So it wouldn't be too much of a leap to say, all right, well, almost half of our GDP could be attributed to this. It's not almost half, it's less than half, much less than half. But I think it's more than 25%. I would have to, you know what, let's ask ChatGPT. Maybe it knows something. Probably not, but we'll take it. How do I close this? I don't know how to work this new thing. Whatever. All right. So what percentage, let's spell it correctly, of U.S. GDP is from government spending? I hope it's going to give sources too and not just throw out a number. Okay, yeah, 22%. Oh, wait, and including the states is 36.2%. Okay, so I was in range. It's less than 50. I think I said 25. If I didn't say 25%, then my bad. But yeah, about 36%. Over a third of our GDP is the government. If you're like me, then you believe that the government is a incredibly inefficient source of spending, like, or not spending, like for what you get, right? If you put in $1 into the government to get a service or a product out, you're not going to get that service or product out. You may have to spend $2 or $3 to get that service or product out that maybe in the private sector, it would be like 80 cents because the private sector has to compete with other people who are also building and producing the same products and services, whereas the government doesn't. So, private corporations are forced to find efficiencies. Another way of saying it, to either cut costs or to drive innovations that can lead to costs being lowered. That being said, I do think that there are certain things that only the government can do that I don't think could be or should be left to private interests. For instance, to Premium Forges, to his point about space and flight and all that, that's one of the things where I fundamentally believe, and I just accept this as truth. I don't know it to be the case, but I think that stuff like that is something that only a government can do because it's such a long-term vision. It's so there's no clear sight to profitability that a government just has to do it because the private market is unlikely to fund that type of thing. So I think governments are needed for longer term visions of things that, we don't even know what it looks like, but we know that we need to do it.
Of economies around the Western and industrial world. This was why religion was so important to these societies, in that their entire lives were interpersonal relationships in which you had to deal with people in your village, and religion was a moral code to police all your relationships. The idea that the state was the main controller and arbiter of human life, which exists today in that our religious code is in effect the worship of the state. In that leftist philosophy, the state takes on the character of a god, which exists to bring heaven on earth. Once you realize that the underlying idea behind wokeness is that the state has taken on the responsibility of Christ.
He brought it up early. Wow. Okay. I was expecting him to touch on that in like midway or closer to the end. This is what I was saying. I'm like, if he touches on certain things, I'm like, yeah, this is what I was thinking about the totalitarianism, where it's fundamentally the state is trying to shift society. That is what totalitarianism is. I like to boil things down to an essence, right? Like, yes, you lose a lot of nuance, but I find that most people either A, do not like nuance, or B, are incapable of handling nuance. So I like to get to the, just the simplest thing that most people understand. And if they are interested, they can go and like learn the nuance if they like, or, they could talk to me about it. But this is a very clear example of that. There are some other movements that happened in the 60s, in the 70s, like there's some other movements. I wonder if he's going to talk about those things.
In which the state must die for our sins in the same way Christ died for our sins. What an authoritarian society looks like is that your Lord can order you around, and that almost no societies in human history were democracies. But besides that, the state's pretty weak. I've lived in a lot of countries around the world.
Wait. He just said something interesting here that
what an authoritarian society looks like is that your Lord can order you around, and that almost no societies in human history.
Okay. That still exists in America. It exists in the private sector. We have the same modes of governance in enterprises and businesses, which is very ironic that most Americans live under two different types of systems. For one, they work in the system that has existed for most civilizations. You know, you have the serfs and you have the lords. Or the peasants. I'm sorry, peasants and serfs, or sorry, lords and peasants, if you want to use that phrasing. Where your lords are the business owners and all of the employees are the serfs, the peasants. They have no say in what they do. They have very limited say in how much they're compensated for what they do. And for whatever reason, if the owners wants to get rid of them, they can. So they have no say in whether or not they get to continue to participate in that relationship.
Were democracies, but besides that, the state's pretty weak. I've lived in a lot of countries around the world,
that's
including
Peru,
several
Machu Picchu.
dictatorships. And a great irony is that in a lot of military dictatorships or monarchies, people have more functional freedom in their daily lives.
That was something that was hard for me to accept. It took me a while to reconcile that fact. I went to a country, I'm not going to say which one it is, where I lived in for a while. And I had more freedom and access than I do here in America, the so-called land of the free, home of the brave. I haven't really seen many brave people here, but for whatever reason, for whatever reason, I had more freedoms in a monarchy. Should I say monocratic? I'm gonna say monarchy. It was very interesting. And when I came back, my whole mindset was shifted. I've been in several, like when I say like a lot of the countries I go to, I would like to spend like 4 to 6, maybe 8 weeks there. This was one where I spent a lot longer than that. But all the other countries where I spent like 6, 7, 8 weeks in, they're not democratic yet. For whatever reason, people all seem to be happy and they're not really worried about anything. For whatever reason, I tended to be able to do whatever I wanted for the most part. Interesting. Then I come back to America, and I shit you not, I remember coming back from Africa. I was in Africa for like 3 or 4 months. I came back and I flew into O'Hare from wherever I was. That was like my layover was O'Hare Airport. I'm going through immigration because when you come back into America international, you have to go through immigration, all that kind of stuff. The TSA agent or whoever, not TSA, what are they? Border Patrol. I forget the acronym. He legit asked me, "What were you doing in Africa?" Why? I'm just like, it was so foreign because I was going to all these different countries within Africa, and I had never been asked that. And I'm not, and then I come home. And they're asking me, "Well, why were you in Africa? What were you doing in Africa?" I'm like, the fuck? It was a wake-up call. It's like, man, like so-called home of the free, like it's none of your business, but here you are not letting me go through until you figure out what the hell, like, why was I in Africa? It's like, because I can.
Than
it's
modern
weird.
Western democracies. I don't want to discount political freedom, which is incredibly important. However, there is another kind of freedom which we don't really have a word for, but which is still critically important. That being the freedom to live your own life and have fun without others bothering you. When I was in Peru, Mexico, Thailand, and Egypt, the first of which are barely democracies, which recently...
Yeah, Egypt is definitely not one. Egypt is interesting. So it depends. If you have camera equipment, like professional looking camera equipment, you're going to get a very different experience. But for the most part, you're okay. Kinda, not really sometimes. It depends on where you are. Egypt is very much like depending on where you are and what you look like. For whatever reason, I didn't have a problem, but I know some other folks who are more European descent looking, they have big problems in Egypt sometimes. Same. I've been pulled over from to the side after coming back from Poland. Like, how does that make you feel though? Like, real talk. Because we supposedly live in this free country, and supposedly our citizenship is supposed to mean something. But then when you leave the country and come back, you seem to be treated worse than the illegal migrants who come here illegally. It's very interesting to me. Now, I've never had people ask me when I come from, well, you know what? When I was in Thailand, I wasn't there for that long. I think I only spent like 3 or 4 weeks in Thailand. So maybe if I go there for longer, maybe they would ask, or maybe it's just a function of what airport you go into. Normally when I'm flying back from Asia, I fly to San Francisco and then fly home. So maybe in San Francisco it's different. Maybe. But no, you know what? No, never mind. I'll take it back, because I've always had global entry, which, allows me to not have to worry about all that kind of shit as much. I had global entry when I was in Chicago as well. And yeah, they literally came and got me, because normally I just go to the booth or whatever and I just do the thing and I'm free to go. This was not that. Like, they took my bags and shit, and they're like, I don't know.
Moved out of being dictatorships, and the final two of which are military dictatorships right now, is that in their daily life, the individual has more freedom than the more technically free countries I've also lived in.
Yes. Man, I think only people who have traveled really understand this. And this is also why I think, and this is a conspiracy, I'm going into conspiracy because I can now. I think the reason why we've had so many more flight aircraft accidents that have happened, we've had 66 so far this year. I think that it's a psyop. I think that there is a reason why a lot of these things are happening. And I think that the goal is to convince people to be fearful of travel. I think that the fewer people in America who travel, who understand that America isn't what you believe it is, though, people who control us can't continue to control us, because you wake up. You wake up quick, it would be quick, fast, and in a hurry if you go to some other places and realize that life doesn't have to be the way that it is here in America.
Like Canada, France, or America. Yes, freedom of speech and the right to vote are critically important. As a classical liberal, I will die on this hill. However, at the same time, in these countries, there's passively more freedom to not let others bother you. The thing about human life is it's mostly pretty boring and pretty repetitive. I've lived what I think is a pretty interesting life, but I think pretty frequently about how almost all of my life consists of cooking food, working, sleeping, talking to a friend, and hanging out just on the couch.
That's basically what I do. I cook food, I eat. Most of my thinking is about food and when I'm going to eat. Most of what I do is talk to people and eat. Literally, like most of the times when I'm hanging out is going to a restaurant to eat, or going to a tea place to drink something, like some tea or something like that. I want to see where he's going with this.
Even the greatest men in history lived pretty boring lives for almost all of their waking and sleeping time. The key distinction between authoritarianism and totalitarianism is that the authoritarian only looks for your loyalty in politics. In medieval Europe, the lord or king would take your rent, which was also taxes in feudal politics, which, let me remind you, for almost all of the whole medieval period until the medieval world's collapse around the time of the Black Death, was lower than both the taxes and the rent people pay today for their basic maintenance of housing and the government. As a general rule of thumb,
I'm pretty sure he's saying lower relatively. And if he is, he's right. It's insane how much taxes we pay. It's also insane how much rent is now. I was talking to someone, I think he's from Houston as well. No, he's not from Houston, but he's lived here in Houston for 30 years. And I was telling them how, when I was younger, you could get a 2-bedroom apartment here in Houston, and they were larger because, they were Houston developers who were building them. You get a 2-bedroom apartment for $600 a month in a decently nice area. $600 a month. Fast forward to today, the average rent for an apartment, 1 bedroom, it's like $1,700, $1,800. I might be lying. Let me check. I could be lying. Average rent, 1BR, Houston. All right, I'm definitely lying. Well, let's see. Oh no, I'm not. I'm not. Kinda. Give me the with standard DV dev. All right. Gemini. I thought Gemini was a thing. I guess it's not. Let me ask ChatGPT. I can't do my professors dirty. No, they taught me well. Never have an average without a standard deviation to go with it. And this doesn't give me a standard deviation. So this right here doesn't really give me any information. I asked what's the variance. I'm not gonna find it from searching the web. So you assume standard deviation of $200 for rents. Okay, well, I don't know if I can trust this. Chegg.com. Isn't Chegg a bookstore for renting books? It is a bookstore for renting books. The hell? All right, I don't know. I don't trust that. I don't trust those numbers. I don't trust the data. So we're just going to throw it out. ChatGPT
The
didn't do
barrier
well.
a society hits in which it is extracting the most it possibly can from the population is around 3/4 of their income. Although we don't
Wait, let's go back.
of housing and the government. As a general rule of thumb, the barrier a society hits in which it is extracting the most it possibly can from the population is around 3/4 of their income. Although we don't like to say it, we've already hit this, in which the average lower class.
Okay. When I was earning income over the past 3 or 4 years, we'll just use that as a time frame. I made $200,000. 70,000 of it immediately taken over, federal income tax. But then I also have Medicare, Medicaid, whatever that crap is, and then the max amount for Social Security. So when it's all said and done, I get about 120,000 cash that I get to do whatever I want with, I suppose. The problem is everything that I purchase has sales tax associated with it. My internet and my phone bill have additional telecommunications taxes. What is that tax called? What is tax on cell phone plan service? I also pay a tax on my cell phone service. Every flight that I take has additional taxes. Let's see, flight taxes. America, USA. And fees, I look at fees, that's the same thing, like the 9/11 security fee for $11. That fucking bullshit. Okay, so if you're flying domestic, you're paying about 7.5% additional tax. It's baked into the flight. It's into your ticket price. It's baked in. But that cost that you're paying, part of it is tax. It's just not told to you that is tax. Every flight segment that you take, this is why if you ever notice flying direct can be cheaper. That's why. It's because like there's a tax associated with landing at airports. That's passed on to you. Frequent flyer tax, that's taxing other people to subsidize my free flights. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. I fly a lot though, so international departure tax. This one's quite high. In fact, certain airports have different taxes that are much higher or much lower, which is why you can fly somewhere fairly far, and there might be two airports that are not that far away from each other, maybe like an hour or 2 hour flight from one another. why you can fly to one of them and the price would be significantly cheaper than the other one is because of the taxes at the airport. In fact, I would argue that about 40% of the price that you pay for an international ticket is all taxes. Once you realize that, it makes you sick. Let's see here. Like, anyway, I'm not going to read through all this. These are all the taxes that you pay on your flights. Let's get into gas. How much taxes on gas? It's higher in different states. So in Texas, it's 20 cents per gallon, plus an additional 18.4 cents per gallon from the federal government. So that means that 20 plus 18, that's 38.4 cents is tax. Yeah. But then there's also sales tax on top of that. So you got to keep that in mind. What about property tax? Here in America, or not in America, but in America, property taxes are the state's right thing. They get to levy taxes. So we're going to look at property taxes here in Houston, which is some of the highest in Texas. Some of, it's not the, but some of. I just need the rate. Show the rate. What's this? So 1.77%. I've seen it as high as 2. I normally just round up when doing my analysis. I just round up to 2%. Kind of like I'd rather just say 2%. Because look at here. Look at that. So for every $100,000 of value that you have in your property, you're going to pay in Alvin at least, which I don't know why you want to live in Alvin, but hey, sure. You're going to pay $2,680 in tax every year. Every year. Social Security. How about that? Social Security. I pay into Social Security, which is effectively a tax. And then if I ever receive it, which I probably won't because I'm not old enough to get it, and I think it'll be gone by the time I am old enough to get it, or maybe they'll jack up the retirement age so high to where I'll be dead before it happens, I would have to pay tax on my Social Security income. So yeah, we're already paying more than, if you're only looking at your federal income tax, that's your tax burden, you're missing out on how much taxes you're really paying. So yeah, but you saying that we're probably already there? Yeah. I know at least 50% of my income is tax, or not tax, it's taxed. And I've done the math on some of my purchases where I'm just like, man, if I didn't have to pay these taxes, wow, I'd be up about $2.4 million so far if I didn't have to pay taxes. That's been my tax burden since I've started working. That's how much taxes I paid, and this is federal. Federal shit. My gosh. Yeah, let's stop talking about taxes to make me angry. Unfortunately, as an American citizen, even though I didn't have any say in this, I can't just move countries and say I'm no longer an American. I can't renounce my citizenship to avoid paying taxes. The IRS is in pretty much every country on earth, except for some of our enemy countries. But we're in almost every country on earth. They will collect their money. You can't renounce citizenship to get out of paying taxes here. The only way you get out of paying taxes is loopholes, corporations, and real estate through the loopholes.
Class or young American spends 2/3 of their income on rent, and then Social Security is 10% of their income. On top
wait, did you say 2/3 of their income on rent? Who the hell's paying that much of that?
Income, the maintenance of housing and the government. As a general rule of thumb, the barrier a society hits in which it is extracting the most it possibly can from the population is around 3/4 of their income. Although we don't like to say it, we've already hit this, in which the average lower class or young American spends 2/3 of their income on rent, and then Social Security is 10% of their income, on top of which you have taxes. Keep in mind, America has...
There is something to note. Social Security, yes, it is 10% of your income, but there is a limit where it stops. I think it's $16,000 or something like that. Let's see. Social Security tax limit income. I don't know. Just put words together. Hopefully Google can figure it out. Okay, yeah. So once you get up to like over 170, you don't pay anything else on top. It just maxes out. So I was about right. Okay, so they change it every year. So 176,000. So that means once you get to $17,600 in a year, there's no more Social Security that gets taken out. Now I do understand that, maybe most people don't care. I don't think most people make that. Let's see. 100. Oh, I should use ChatGPT for this one. What percentile are earners who make over 175K in income? I want to say that like this is like the top 5% or something like that. 10%. Okay, 10%. Yeah. So I guess most people don't know. Yeah, it doesn't apply to most people. The vast majority of people, but something to just be aware of. Like, if you are thinking that it's just 10% across the board, it's not. It's only 10% up to a certain amount, and then you don't have to pay it anymore.
As one of the lowest taxes of any Western country. What this means is that the system is extracting about 3/4 of the income of the average young Westerner, which tends to be the threshold societies reach before they collapse with the secular cycle. Examples.
I see what he's saying. Okay. So he's not just saying taxes. He's also including rent. Which in that case, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, even for me, once you tack on rent on top of taxes, honestly, now that I think about it, yeah. Because I mean, honestly, I could probably afford to save slightly more, but generally in a year, I'm only able to get like $25,000, $26,000 that I can save. Now, if I didn't have to pay rent, yeah, I could save a shit ton more. And I guess rent is optional, but in other countries, rent is like $200, $300. I don't think rent needs to be what it is, but I don't know. I don't know what to do about it right now.
Of this before in history are the Black Death, the fall of Rome, the 30 Years' War, and the fall of Mughal China, where the state was extracting that percentage of working people's income, and then the entire society fell apart. Totalitarianism is that the state consumes literally every single aspect of someone's life. What that means, as an example, is that the state is trying to become literally all-consuming. The irony is that totalitarianism was first used as a positive when Mussolini invented the term. Mussolini's goal was to use the state to take over literally every single aspect of someone's life, and the first modernist totalitarian regime was French Revolutionary France, in which they would proudly write speeches about how in France's total wars, it was the duty of the men to fight, and the women, older men, and children needed to make weapons and materiel to support the home front. The proponents of totalitarianism are pretty shameless about it. An authoritarian regime would never even consider interfering into religion, family life, economics, or social life. An authoritarian regime would never interfere in drinking in public, as an example. There are 3 sorts of proxies I use for totalitarianism in societies. These aren't perfect, but are meant to be a sort of holistic proxy I consistently find adds up rather than being a genuine.
I think these are good rules of thumb, or heuristics, if you want to use that word. If the state interferes in the family, yeah. The state interferes in religion. Yo, what's up, Davis 555. Appreciate the subscription. Helping me. Wait, hold on. Where did you subscribe? If you subscribed on Twitch, then I appreciate it. You've helped me get closer to my 256 followers that I've had for over 2 years. I appreciate it. Next, the state controls the economy. Huh. Interesting. It's very Keynesian of him to say.
Genuine definition. The first being that a totalitarian society will try to control the religion of the population. The second is that it will interfere in family life. And the third is that it will control the market economy, or ironically, the absence of a market economy. The reason I use this is that it means the state is trying to control literally every...
Wait a minute. So this is interesting. This must be Xinjiang, because this is the only place where you would see Chinese flags everywhere with Arabic writing. And then Chinese DE. I don't know what this means, but this is the first something. So I imagine that this is what first line, because wait a second, that's DC. Yeah. So these must be like different stations or different like lines or something on an assembly line, because there's 1, 2. I imagine sign this over there and sis right here. I don't know how many there are. Man, it's been so long. I don't know if I can still sound out Arabic anymore. I don't remember this. What this is. I need to go back and make sure so I don't forget. I learned how to read Arabic. That's not to say that I know how to comprehend it. I just know how to sound it out because I know some of the characters, or not characters, but the letters, the script. It's not that hard, actually. It's actually easy. Easier than English because there's a smaller alphabet.
Market economy. The reason I use this is that it means the state is trying to control literally every other aspect of human life outside its normal purview. What I've found living in countries with authoritarian regimes is that they're often less intrusive to personal life than totalitarian democracies. I felt freer living in the countries above than America, since there's more tolerance for the failings of the human condition. You can wander around the jungle without others bothering you. You can drink in public and have an active street life. The thing is,
I'm going to read this because I don't think he's going to read it. Again, to repeat, I love freedom more than any man, and I will die for political freedom. But that doesn't stop me from noticing the passive Karenism of the modern West is making life pretty intolerable. Yeah, but it's masquerading around as tolerance, which is interesting. I'm trying to say that, yes, freedom of speech is very important, as it's the right to vote. However, the right to let your kids play outside, have young men drink, take photos with pet tigers, make crude jokes, and mock others for their foolishness are as important to a healthy society. 100% agree. In fact, I'm going to go a step further. We don't even truly have freedom of speech. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that freedom of speech is also, it's important, but if I had to pick and choose, I'd rather live in a place where I can do whatever I want. Well, obviously not whatever I want, but you know what I mean. Hopefully y'all understand what I mean. Whereas there's not really much stopping me from living on my day-to-day life. I'd rather live in that society than one where it's I can say whatever I want. Just being real. And this is based off of me being in countries that are like this. The prime example of this is in Singapore. No, that's not a prime example because you can't, I don't know. Maybe that's an iffy one. Maybe I'll say, probably one of the Middle Eastern countries where no, you can't say whatever you want, but for the most part, you can do whatever you want for the most part. So so long as you're not affecting others or disrespecting, the state or the religion or the people, you're pretty good.
Is that these are the things that affect your daily life the most. The first world has been consumed by a certain type of nanny state totalitarianism. I periodically test people to see how
nanny state. I did say in previous streams that I think that feminism necessarily leads to tyranny. Nanny, same shit. Where it's all these things for what you can't do, and it's always for your safety. It's very, to me, that's very feminine. Is overly concerned about safety without any regard for the implications of that. I am streaming. What the hell? Hold on. She doesn't know that. I didn't put my my thing on. Honestly, even if I did, her stuff will still get through because she's on my list of people who can get through.
I will purposely leave my shoes untied to see how much anxiety it causes others. I've literally had strangers tell me to tie my shoelaces since they could get stuck in the elevator chute. That would never happen, and it would never be an issue. I will leave my trash can out on a day besides the collection, and the previous town I lived in would find me for it. I did it 4 different times on each day to figure out if they caught it each time, and every single time they caught it, even if I left it out for a single day. When I was a child, I drew swords in elementary school, and my teachers called my parents.
Let's go back and read. My question is, what the F are these people even doing with their lives that they care about this petty BS? I'm constantly thinking about history, making money, Right is politics, girls, architecture, and so I don't give a F if my neighbor mows his lawn. This degree of pettiness signifies people in our society live such empty and monotonous lives that this is what occupies their brains. I can't disagree with that. I imagine that if we had a lot of other things to worry about, people wouldn't be worried about some of the petty things that we have. First world problems. How about that? Yeah, we probably wouldn't be as concerned about first world problems. And I think that's what a first world problem is. It's because we have nothing else to worry or concern ourselves with. So we find the small things.
Left to that for a single day. When I was a child, I drew swords in elementary school, and my teachers called my parents in since they were worried I might become violent. I remember how hysterical adults were about me drinking as a teenager, and I remember thinking, I'm Irish. Literally all of my ancestors were alcoholics from childhood. Especially for people my age, this sort of tyranny consumes every single aspect of our lives. I remember when I worked minimum wage jobs or did service for my school, and I'd wear my AirPods in to listen to an audiobook while I was doing some completely mindless, monotonous task, and they made me take them out for being unprofessional. I remember thinking, listening to Dan Carlin triples my enjoyment of this activity.
That's one thing I've never understood is people's preoccupation with looking professional as if they know what the hell, like professional means a very specific thing. You get paid to do something. Professional. Well, why do you need to look professional if you are professional? I don't like the optics of things over the actual embodiment of the thing. For instance, me in my case, a lot of times I don't like to get haircuts. It's not because I don't really like to get haircuts. I just don't feel like going to get a haircut for the most part. But if someone were to say, oh yeah, like because you don't look a certain way, then you can't do these things. It's like, no, I'm actually better at these things than most people who go around and look better than me. But that, like, what does my looks have to do with my capabilities?
For literally no cost to the productivity, and you're just having a power fantasy here. I grew up in an agricultural area, and I know how we treat cattle or livestock. I find it beyond infuriating the industrial world, in effect, turns treating its own inhabitants in the same way we treat livestock.
Human resources.
The irony is that my argument that authoritarianism is in fact more free than totalitarian democracy is something that most of human history would agree with. Keep in mind, I am still pro-democracy. I'm just playing devil's advocate. In fact, autocracies are radically more likely to push tyranny, and democracy is the greatest historic bloc against tyranny.
All right, let's read this, and I'll go back just so that, you know. Summary of my argument. I'm radically pro-democracy in that democracy pushes against the innate entropic traits in human nature. I don't know if I believe that. Pure democracy, no. No way. Maybe the republic democracy that we have, where you have representation, maybe. I don't disagree with him in spirit, though. How about that? I'll say that. In spirit, I agree with him. All human nature naturally leads back to tyranny. I don't know if all human nature naturally leads back to tyranny, but okay. Democracies can create totalitarianism, but are better protected against it. For personal life, some autocracies have more freedom than some democracies. That is 100% true. That is 100% true. It's to the point now where I'm just like, why am I even here in this country? What do I get out of it?
Radically more likely to push tyranny, and democracy is the greatest historic bloc against tyranny. The natural arc of human nature will lead to tyranny due to entropy, and thus it's the responsibility of a society to construct itself in a manner that leads away from tyranny. Aristotle, along half a dozen other classical authors, and leading to the founding fathers, said that the natural endpoint of democracy was using the mob to justify the majority eating superior minorities. In effect, the mob uses the apparatus of democracy to enable envy and crabs in the bucket thinking. In a society as feminized as ours, this gets pretty horrifying, in which our society is regulating against having fun on the part of funless people. That's what's going on here. One of the things I've consistently found is that our society isn't against income inequality per se, in that we are one of the most unequal societies ever in human history, which oppresses the poor in the most horrifying ways that we're in complete denial about. However, we're against the rich having fun. We don't dislike the quiet guy in tech who makes a software company and becomes incredibly wealthy living in obscurity. We can't stand the rich man who has a harem, lives in opulence, and is unabashedly proud of his wealth. Wokeness is emotional communism, in which the system regulates those who feel any pride or joy. It's not here to actually regulate a real social structure.
I gotta read this. All right, blunt opinion. People don't dislike Andrew Tate for being a degenerate. They dislike him for being a proud, happy degenerate. Loads of Hollywood celebs are way worse people. They just hide it. I've noticed that about people in general. and it's not everyone, but it's a lot of people. A lot of people hate to see someone else who's happy, who's unaffected by the things that they're affected by. They seem like they try to pull you down to where they are. Fortunately for me, I am shielded from that, because it's just like, it's just the way I am. Like, I don't really give a shit, but I have noticed that, where it's like, if you don't feel the way that someone else feels, all of a sudden, like, it's a problem, and all of a sudden you have issues because you are happy and you're okay with where you are and all these types of things. It's kind of interesting. All right. I love Andrew Tate. Since whenever I do, some people get hysterical. It's like I'm pushing a button. It's so fun to watch.
Any pride or joy. It's not here to actually regulate a real social structure. It's here to keep straight white men from having any pride or self-respect. It's emotional communism that exists to degrade everyone. In summary, almost every society for respect.
Because he's putting all these big ass text walls, but not reading it, so I'm gonna read it. I'm convinced wokeness is partly some weird humiliation fetish, considering this obsession with ritual degradation, which I had to constantly live through in school, and I see others in the corporate system have to face. It doesn't actually care that much about genuine social engineering, rather the constant effacement and ritual humiliation of white men, including their removal from society. I'm guessing this stems from Calvinists, where this is how their religion worked. I remember Calvinism. I have one disagreement, and it's very minor. The humiliation of white men. I think he should broaden his horizon. It's not just white men. It's all men. I will show an example. Black men in dresses. It's a thing. It's literally a thing. To say that it's just white men, I don't know, man. Like, that's just telling me that you're only looking at white men and you're not seeing that, nah, it's all of us, bro. I'm not about to watch a video, honestly. Well, maybe, you know what? Maybe I will. Let me pull it up. Oh, it's a short. And it's not even here anymore. Probably got censored. All right, well, I don't know. It's a thing that I've noticed. If you are watching this and you're black, let me know if you've also noticed that there seems to be this constant effemination of our men.
It's emotional communism that exists to degrade everyone. In summary, almost every society in human history is authoritarian. Authoritarian societies don't have to be anything alike. In the same way that among rightists, the difference between fascists, classical liberals, messianic religious fundamentalists, and monarchists are as different from each other as they are from the left. Given almost every society in human history is authoritarian, this term does cover up enormous differences. Imperial China, Franco's Spain, Latin American juntas, medieval France, or Alexander the Great are all authoritarian, but it would be insane to say that those are all the same. Authoritarianism can often have relatively free societies, given that if the monarch already has power, they don't need to try that hard. This is why feudal nobility, military dictatorships, and monarchies often have more personal freedoms than the modern West, since they have nothing they need to prove. The lion has no need to show why it's in charge, since it's so obvious. This is the origin of the concept of divine right. One of the greatest issues of modernity is that due to our concepts of progress, which are very useful for the state, which is a feature, not a bug, since in order to keep progress going, the state has to keep growing since progress can never end. The reason that democracy had a bad name for the American Revolution is that for centuries, nearly every regime in the world was a monarchy with a handful of theocracies. I remember reading Edward Gibbon, who was writing at the time of the American Revolution.
Before I want to look at this map, I like looking at maps. So we have Patagonians. Man, I had a trip planned to Antarctica. It was for 2020. Obviously, it got canceled because of COVID. not happy about that. But yeah, I'm just like, man, I just saw this. It reminded me. I want to go through this. Is it the Darien Gap? No, Drake's Passage. Drake's Passage. Anyway, Russian, the Kazakhs, got the Turkish Empire, which, I mean, this is East Rome, essentially, Constantinople, all of this. Honestly, the Turkish Empire may just be like, it looks like it was just Rome, because all of this was the Roman Empire. They expanded a little bit to Oman, which is interesting. As well as to these countries here in sub-Saharan Africa. Got Manchu, China. I don't know much about India at all. Like none, essentially. Okay. Oh, the Malay states up here. All right.
Solution, where he just casually said monarchy is vastly superior to democracy. Democracies are vastly disproportionate in the most excellent societies.
Oh, wait a minute. Important pre-industrial republics. We have the Iroquois in the United States, England, Netherlands, Poland, Novgorod, the Cossacks, or Cossacks, Tyr, Carthage. No, I was in Carthage and didn't, I mean, I thought Carthage was Rome, but I learned later that Carthage was its own civilization for a while, its own empire. So I now regret not going out to some of the ruins and just, you know, spending more time there. So maybe I should go back. Although it's harder. It was hard to get cabs there. Because of my complexion.
However, whether Athens, Rome, Britain, America, France, Venice, or the Netherlands, but democracies are predicated upon a series of very rare conditions where democracies need to have literate populations.
All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go grab something to drink. Let me throw some music on for y'all. And then I'll be back in like 3 or 5 minutes. All right, I'm back. I was deciding what I'm gonna eat tonight, and I have some chicken that I thawed out. Some what do you call that chicken from Costco? The roasted chicken that they have. I have some roasted chicken meat. So I'm thinking about. Wait, Mace, how do I turn this off? I'm thinking about making like I do this Cajun thing. For this worse, I live in this my. Anyway, I have some pulled chicken from the whatever. I'm like, oh, I can make something, but I need to go get some sausage. I have tasso in my fridge already, and I already have bacon, so I just need some sausage and some andouille sausage. And I have everything else that I need. I have a pepper, I have an onion. Never mind, that's a lie. I need celery. I don't have celery. Shit. Okay, I need to go get some celery. Let me write that down. I'm gonna go to the store in a bit to go get that. So I need some celery, sausage, and I think that's it. Yeah, I have everything else like thyme and bay leaf, sherry. I think I'm gonna put some tomato in there. I already have tomato though. Yeah. Maybe I'll make a video of that. Maybe y'all are interested in that. Maybe not. Anyway, let's go back to the video we were watching.
Which are property owners,
let's go back.
Venice, or the Netherlands. But democracies are predicated upon a series of very rare conditions where democracies need to have literate populations, which are property owners, a democratized military system, religiosity, high social trust, and often ethnic homogeneity.
All right, before I want to read this. Prerequisites for a republic. Property owning. Without this, mob rule sets in where those without a stake vote to take from those who do. The Tocqueville, I don't know who that is, in the ancient said that said this was always the death of democracy. We have a large contingent of people in our country who don't own shit. They don't own capital or property. Educated and literate. The public can't be illiterate peasants who don't know about the world, since they need to be informed enough to make rational decisions on policy. Interesting. The vast majority of Americans have never left America. And while we do have an education system, to say that people come out educated that's very generous. Also, our literacy rates, I don't know, like, people can't even read or write. So I don't know if we're really literate, but sure. All right. Moral. A republic formed by backstabbing, low trust looks like Sicily or Latin America. It's impossible to accomplish anything since it gets sidetracked by corruption. I have noticed that America, and this is what's crazy, is that I may be the last generation of Americans to have seen like America before it effectively died. Like I don't know, maybe I'm just saying this, but America was very different 30 years ago. Very different. It's almost unrecognizable now. And I've noticed that the level of trust has gone down. It seems like we've devolved into a low trust society. Before, we used to have low trust for the government to some extent, but not like today. Not like today at all. It's really bad. Religious. A central shared moral code is needed. Otherwise, the public slides into degeneracy. Follow the Roman Republic here. Well, hell, that's already happened. We've killed God. And whether you believe in that story or the whatever, whether you believe in it or not is irrelevant. The fact remains is that belief is what created this country. It wasn't the not belief in it that created this country. And now that we no longer have it, well, we're going to see the death of this country. And I think people who are quote unquote atheists are going to have a tough time reconciling the fact that, well, when you have a group of people who believe in something higher than themselves, that they create a place where you may want to live, and maybe you don't want to live in these other places that are atheists. There are very few countries that are atheists in nature. but most of them are communist, because you can't serve a higher purpose and the state at the same time. The state is your God. Homogenous. Without this, voting becomes tribal politics, like how Quebec holds Canada hostage, or how whites and blacks vote on racial lines in the American South. Look at Belgium. Well, yeah, I guess they do vote on racial lines, but I think it's more to do with a lot of my folks have been bamboozled. And a lot of the people who vote in my community are women. They tend to vote a certain way. So, warlike. Power comes from the muzzle of a gun. Republics only exist in societies where the average man serves militarily, thus democratizing power. I have seen this argument before, that the West in general is warlike, and that we are like it. What our heroes are all warriors.
When a society loses any of these traits, the democracy spirals into mob rule, which we can easily see in South Africa now. This is why monarchy is so common in history, given the monarchy establishes good incentives, and which, given the monarch's ancestral line is responsible for the nation, the monarch can't screw over and exploit the population that much. Responsibility and ownership are the most important things in politics. Once you establish politics without responsibility, it immediately descends into looting from the society for your own benefit, while you stockpile money and foreign assets in case you lose power. This is what's killing Africa now. The other side of this, though, is that monarchies are not responsive to the incredibly rapid social changes brought about due to the Industrial Revolution, which is why monarchy is nearly dead around the world today. The French thinker Bertrand de Juvenal has an interesting political theory in which every society starts off as a monarchy stemming from divine right, and then as the society gets more religious, they lose the connection to God or the environment. What then happens is the politics becomes more and more about exploiting the public until the empire falls, and then the cycle restarts. This occurs on such a large timescale over the course of thousands of years that people don't realize it, but for example, America is a descendant of the originally English divine right, while Rome was under the Etruscan kings and China from its imperial dynasties. When you look over history, almost all of the most admirable political rulers in history were monarchs, whether Alexander the Great, Augustus, Peter the Great, Frederick the Great, Charlemagne, just to name a handful. Monarchy allows singular individuals to flower into excellence, while a democracy allows the entire public to attain excellence, while done correctly. A well-managed democracy will beat a well-managed monarchy in some cases, since the public has a better incentive to fight harder, while the monarchy will just win under other conditions, since it allows a more seamless wielding of power and transfer of authority. Part 2, totalitarianism. Now that we've seen the difference in authoritarian and totalitarianism, let's look at totalitarianism itself. Totalitarianism is actually pretty rare historically. There's only something like downwards of a dozen totalitarian regimes in all of human history, which is absolutely nothing when you realize that there are hundreds to thousands of different societies in history. There are a few totalitarian societies in the pre-industrial world, but for the most part, totalitarianism is predominantly a problem with industrial civilization. Let's go through every single totalitarian
I was going to say, the only one I know of for sure, is Mao Zedong. And I guess the Kims in South Korea, what's the other? North Korea. Like Kim Jong-un and Kim Jong-il and the other one. I don't remember the other one. Those are the only two that I know for sure. Maybe Stalin during those days. I can't really think of any other. Maybe I'm going to be educated now. Let's see.
History, given there aren't really that many. I split totalitarian states in two different historic categories, that being the barbarian and the feminine. The first predominates more so in the pre-industrial world, with examples including the Inca or Tsarist Russia, while the latter in pre-established societies that have experienced a level of trauma they can't understand, while paired with the collapse of traditional religion and social structures, causing atomization and nihilism. Almost every totalitarian regime in living memory fits into the latter category. The totalitarian societies I am aware of.
Okay, so we have Inca Empire. I know very little about that. Old Kingdom, Egypt. I'm not sure what Old Kingdom means, but if it's the pharaohs, then maybe. Tsarist Russia. I know very little about Tsarist Russia, even though I should know more because I read a lot of Russian literature for a class that I had called Russian literature. It was probably one of the hardest, most difficult classes I've ever had. Like, man. In Qing, China. That's funny because Qing dynasty. The reason why China is called China is because of Qing dynasty. So to see Qing China is very weird to me. All right, decadent regimes is Nazi Germany. Okay, sure. Okay, I guess that's totality. Yeah, with their whole like Aryan society or whatever that. Yeah, sure. Stalinist Russia, Maoist China, Qing China again. Diocletian's Rome. I don't know any. I have no idea what that is. And the woke West. Oh man, that's what we're called, the woke West now.
There are probably more I don't know, are communism, fascism, Old Kingdom Egypt, the Inca, the modern West, Tsarist Russia, Qin China, and Diocletian's Rome. I'm going to go through each of these to explain what formed them and why. Then I'm going to say why I believe the modern West to already be totalitarian, and also what motivates people towards totalitarianism psychologically. Let's start with the barbarian totalitarians. There's a sort of bell curve of totalitarianism that the thing that prevents totalitarianism is a strong culture. This is why there are basically not a single totalitarian.
Here's a fun fact. Boxes have 6 sides or 6 faces. Just saying. 6 is important.
Regime in the history of Islam or India, given these are societies which have been theocracies in which the religion is strong enough that the state can't gain incredible power. There's a sort of middle ground of which the Middle Ages is an easy historic example, in which the religion in the society is strong enough that it can keep the state from growing too much. One of the things de Tocqueville and Francis Fukuyama writes is that the biggest protectors of freedom are social institutions, which can include the church, the nobility, guilds, a capitalist economy, local elites, and stuff like that. The short answer is that the protection against totalitarianism is having a culture where people can organize outside the state. This is why the bowling alone style breakdown of traditional social communities are so dangerous to personal freedom, since when people meet up in person, they don't need the state. The state and bureaucracy exist as tools of social organization once the organic culture has already failed. This is why the Marxist authors like Gramsci were so obsessed with breaking down traditional religion and organic social ties so that the state and communists could fill the void. Once a culture is developed...
Oh yeah, that's basically what I was saying. That in a communist state, they tend to be atheists. For that reason, nothing can be above the state. You have to worship the state. That gives you your purpose. But we've seen how that worked out.
Developed organically, it can develop a sub-variety of different elites which are capable of competing with the others. What I've said before is that I believe the most important thing for a society is a sub-variety of different elites in which they can compete with each other. The great danger of totalitarianism is that the singular government tries to consume everything. This is the great factor which always kills societies and empires over history, as I explained in this text wall, or the over-centralization of power into a single social class.
Wait, hold on. This must be a mistake. Or I don't know, maybe not.
Tolerate most types of regimes in history. I think I could happily live in a monarchy, a military dictatorship.
I'm curious, do y'all know why most statues that were made in the back in the day, why they had holes in the eyes? Are y'all aware of that? If you look at any statue up close, like especially some of these like beautiful ones out in Rome or Italy or whatever, all of the eyes where the iris would be is a hole. You can kind of see it here. Maybe you can't see it here. But the reason why is because of contrast. It makes it look like it's the eye from a distance, like the pupil of an eye.
Or even a lot of theocracies. That since these regimes have some degree of boundaries over what they do and don't allow. However, I can't abide by totalitarianism, given that it tries to destroy literally everything around it. It's physically impossible to be a free thinker or have any original thoughts, given the raison d'etre of the entire society is the constant growth of power.
The social structure of IRL communism, I assume this is in real life communism, I guess. So you have a dictator and then secret police. Communist Party, okay. The Communist Party, yeah, nah. Yemen farmers, merchants, military officers, church, working classes turned into slaves, so, yeah.
which means in turn it must consume more of society, becoming more tyrannical to in turn warrant its own right to rule. This is why totalitarianism occurs either in a society which has not yet established social institutions, and also in a society which has, through the process of modernization, killed its traditional culture. The allure of totalitarianism is a weakness that comes from transition periods in which the culture.
So he just says something pretty relevant here, and this image, it just made me think about it. Before the rise of the Third Reich, and the painter guy, there was the Weimar Republic, which is characterized by decadence and degeneracy. We had a similar thing here that happened in the 20s, but shortly after we also had a war that kind of reset things. That's generally what it takes, unless you have the political will to do a complete reset, which most times that doesn't happen. It's generally through war, which is why World War III is probably not going to be prevented by Trump to continue. I mean, I think World War III started 3 or 4 years ago, to be honest. When you look at all the conflicts and all of the military, they call them juntas, even though I don't know if they have much to do with Spain, the juntas or whatever. But we had a lot of interesting things happening in Africa. Yeah, I'll show you the region of Africa. I'm going to explore Earth again, and let's go and look at the regions of Africa that were having some issues. Let me turn off this satellite. Let's go to the map. So we got Mali. They were having some issues. Burkina Faso. We're having some issues. Chad is having some issues. And I don't know if Sudan, is it Sudan or South Sudan? One of the Sudans having issues. Eritrea was also having issues. By the way, I want to go to Eritrea one day. Like, seriously. For a bunch of reasons. But yeah, all these little regions here. So they're de facto colonies, effectively. So France is France is dealing with shit over here. There's some stuff happening right now in DRC, between DRC and Rwanda. That's a little fun fact. By the way, here, I'll show y'all where I went to Burundi too, but where's Lake Kivu? Is this Lake Kivu? You want to say? Yeah. So Lake Kivu. So the border that you can get to what's this place? Gosh, I'm trying to think of what's the name of this. DRC. Yeah, the name of the country. You can get to there right here in this area on Lake Kivu.
Traditional culture. The allure of totalitarianism is a weakness that comes from transition periods in which the culture is weak, thus allowing the state to insert itself to total dominance. If anything, totalitarianism is an outgrowth of the breakdown of religion, which removes moral rules that can hold the state accountable. This is why totalitarian regimes are always against traditional religion, seeing it as their dominant enemy. Secondarily, the rise of totalitarianism under martial religion.
Who are these? Are these Vietnamese or Khmer? How do you say those people? The Khmer? Were they let's see, Khmer. I'm trying to see if that's them, because I don't think that was Chinese. Oh, they must be Vietnamese. Oh, Vietnamese. Okay. I was like, they look similar, although no, these people don't look. He looks Vietnamese. He looks Thai. Yeah. I don't know. These may be Cambodians. Let's see, Khmer soldier. No, they weren't wearing that. Yeah, I guess they're Vietnamese. Oh, it's just Myanmar. Because people in, or Burma. Oh, these could be Burmese. Maybe they could be Burmese. Let's see. Burmese. It wouldn't be 1948. What is it? Burmese soldiers. 70s. It's the same star, but was it a red star? Oh, wait a minute. Here we are. Myanmar. I can't tell.
As their dominant.
Like, they could either be Burmese. I don't think these are Cambodian. They look Thai, though, which is why I'm thinking that they're probably Burmese. They don't look Vietnamese, except for one person. He kind of has Vietnamese features, but not really. These must be Burmese people. And it's Myanmar now. I would actually, you know what? I want to know what group is this? See if ChatGPT can tell me. See if ChatGPT can figure this out. So it's Vietnam? North Vietnamese. Myanmar has military green uniforms, insignias, and the flags and the symbols. Yeah, the insignia, it was yellow. So Northern Vietnam, so it's like, so Laos? If yes, then okay. Oh, okay, got it. Okay. I'm like, Laotians, I can see if this were Laotians. That explains it then. So Northern Vietnamese belong to Viet Kinh ethnic group, which is part of a larger Austroasiatic language area. Laotians are predominantly in Lao, which is a subgroup of Thai ethnic family. That explains it. Shared history, genetics. Both Northern Vietnamese and Laotians share ancient. Okay. All right. That explains the look then. All right. I'm like, they look Thai or Burmese, and for what it's worth, Thai and Burmese people look very similar. And Laotians look very similar as well. Also, fun fact, a lot of Thai food, Thai cuisine is Laotian. But it's, yeah. Anyway, okay, we'll keep going.
Dominant enemy. Secondarily, the rise of totalitarianism under modernist conditions is an outgrowth of the collapse of the family. This is a theme I talk about in this video I made, where you can pretty accurately predict a society's political structure based off its family structure. The reason for this is the family...
I had to read all of this. Okay, so America was absolute nuclear, was. Okay. Absolute nuclear. Inheritance is entirely up to the decision of the parents involved. Young people need to leave the home to establish their own independence from family. These societies view everyone as free individuals, but are also comfortable with economic inequality. Authoritarian. Is this Quebec? Because it's not part of Canada. I guess Quebec. I don't know. Maybe this is Quebec. All right. One son inherits everything. This creates a society that's okay with inequality and nationalistic as the family's history is paramount. The control over the eldest child gives these societies immense discipline and strong character, laying towards nationalism or strict religion. Egalitarian nuclear. Okay. The parents must equally divide inheritance between all sons. This creates the conflicting ideas of equality and freedom. Why are these conflicting? Oh, okay. Equality and freedom. Okay. Okay, I see. These societies tend to alternate between military dictatorships and democracies. They have strong macho cultures and respect property and freedoms. Okay, and then we have the anomic. These societies have no laws against incest or about inheritance. Families can either be nuclear or not, or polygamous. They tend to not form coherent political ideologies. The elites have strong tendencies toward incest, which makes them inward looking and their regimes weak. Okay. Then we have flexible, which seems like, all right. Most children are born in polygamous households. Fathers are very minimal in raising children, and family structures are not stable. There are no clear rules. This makes the creation of a strong state or ideology very hard. Polygamy creates large cadres of violent, sexless young men. I can see that for Africa because it's very tribal. But I mean, I always just assume that it's because this idea of a nation or country is, or state in any regard, is very Western, but it's just new nuance that I didn't know. All right, then we have endogamous, communitarian. Marriages are, I see. Marriages are arranged through the clan, where all the clan lives together. This creates very little social tension with low suicide, divorce, atheism, etc. However, it tends to be conservative and oppress women. This region is overwhelmingly Muslim, a region which gives rules for clan life. All right, we have asymmetric. Which one is it? Oh, this looks like a piece of India. I'm not sure what part of India that is, but it looks Indian. Marriages are arranged through the female line. This system requires the caste system to work and creates small social groups. It gives women a good deal of social power. These regions often are communist or socialist, but never violently so, and never impoverishing. Wait, where is the anomic? Oh, over here. Okay. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. All of these are anomic. Huh. All right, and then we have authoritarian. Oh, wait, no. Exogamous community. I don't see where. Oh, here. Okay. In China. Okay. Men get wives out of clan and then live under the same roof as clan father. These societies have often treats women the worst. Okay, I think that's a typo. These societies have often treated women the worst and often try to replicate this overbearing and anxious family structure with big governments. This region has been very communist over the last century. Mm-hmm.
Intuitively how people perceive power, since when they're growing up as children, their mind is the most mutable. Thus, they perceive the power relationships they had in a family as normal. As we'll explain later in this video, modernist totalitarianism is partly an outgrowth of the feminine panicking due to the breakdown of the family structure of which women have been completely dependent for most of human history. The first bracket of totalitarianism is what I call barbaric totalitarianism. Examples of
Oh, I'll be right back. I need to put I'm making a snack. Got to put it in the oven.
This include the Inca Empire, Tsarist Russia, Old Kingdom Egypt, and Qin China. Let's summarize each. The Inca Empire was founded by Quechua barbarians around the 15th century AD on the edge of the old Wari Empire.
I've been to the Incan Empire. In Peru, at least. And yeah, they have like, what's crazy is that all these, if you go to all these regions, they all have a look, different looks. It's interesting. Even Americans, we are larger. We're physically larger than other people. I also noticed that our teeth are different. It's interesting.
Interestingly enough, I used to work on a Wari site archaeologically, and the Inca came out of the fall of their empire. They created a god-king theocratic society in which the state had total power. The state controlled the entire economy, was the religion, and even controlled marriages. Everyone was a slave to the state. They unified the entire Andean region due to their higher degree of control. It's the same story with the Qin dynasty, which started out on the frontier of old China, in which the state destroyed the religion, ran the economy, and subdivided the entire population into controlled villages with collective punishment. Tsarist Russia is the same story here, in which they started out as a medieval society, completely disconnected from the rest of Europe. Under Mongol governance, they formed an apparatus of state control, where they seized control of the church, shoved most of the population to serfdom, which in Russia was de facto slavery, and prevented any authentic capitalism.
Slavs. That's the root of slave. Just interesting etymology of the word.
Nobility were state servants in Russia, not connected to the land as they were in Europe. In ancient Egypt, Narmer unified the country around 3000 BC, making Egypt by far the early.
I need to go to Luxor Temple. I was told that it was dope. I didn't get a chance to go. I should have went. I didn't spend as much time in Egypt as I should have. I was also told by someone that I should go to the Red Sea. Like there's some place that he goes to often in the Red Sea. Not in the Red Sea, but on the Red Sea of Egypt. And I probably should have, man, I really should have just went down the Nile. I don't know why I didn't. Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm not gonna say I'm regretful that I didn't, but I do regret not going down the Nile. I should have done that to see all these other things. As well as to go to the Nubian desert. When I was in Cairo, I was talking to some folks who were, from there, and they were saying that I look Nubian. I'm like, I don't know what that is, really. I mean, I've heard of them, but I don't really know much about it. But I should have took that as an opportunity to go down south to see the people for myself, to see if I do look like them. Never know.
Earliest country to form in the world. They worshipped the emperor as a god, forced the public to do lengthy conscription or public works projects, including ego projects like the pyramids, to give the emperor more glory and make him immortal. I hope you can see a series of very consistent patterns with early barbaric totalitarianism, that there is a sort of disunified tribal pre-capitalist society, and then what occurs is that the hardest guy in the ecosystem is able to unify the empire under this brutal totalitarian model. What occurs in most cases here is that as the empire is unified, the totalitarianism breaks down as the unity gives the society a certain degree of stability, which means that the society, against the consent of the government, gets complex enough that the state has to loosen up its control. This occurred in Russia over the 19th century as the country...
Isn't that interesting that this is corn on the cob? Corn is incredibly important down there. Aztecs, Peru, all of it. Corn is a big deal. Maize.
Liberalized, with Egypt evolving into a more complex capitalist, pluralist society over the course of the New Kingdom, or the Qin dynasty, being replaced by the practically libertarian, Taoist-oriented Han dynasty. The second type of totalitarianism is what I call modern. I think the Qin dynasty might kind of fit both parallels, since at the time China was going through a process of cultural modernization with the destruction of the old religion and culture. It's funny to read about modernization occurring 2,000 years ago, where you see so many parallels to the current world in that they were trying to destroy the old religion.
Oh. You know what's crazy? Oh my gosh. This is insane. I can read some of this. Wow. Man, it's stuff like this that makes me love languages, especially older languages. I started learning Chinese in 2008. What year is it? Yeah, 2008. The fact that what I learned starting in 2008 still applies. I don't know if this is an old painting or whatever, but I can read this. This must be new. Nah, this must be new. I don't accept that I can just read this because I only know tradition. No, I'm sorry, not tradition. I only know simplified characters. And some of these don't look simplified. Some of these look. Oh wait, no, this is definitely. Holy shit. I've never tried to read old stuff in Chinese. I just assumed that I couldn't because it would be in traditional characters. But wow, maybe
for secularism, that being Confucianism, as Qin Shi Huangdi.
By the way, this is talking about women. New song. So it's like Zai something San Shi Nian. So this is a year. 25 Nian. Okay, so it's the year something to something. The something is like 2's 25. I don't know this character. This is Shirar Nian. Okay. Yeah, I can read some of it. Man, that's actually kind of crazy. Wow, okay.
Trying to destroy the old religion for secularism, that being Confucianism, as Qin Shi Huangdi tried to burn all the old books or memories of the old culture. They tried to flatten all class and cultural differences. You can see the cultural memory of this exact same process in China 2,000 years later.
I want to go back to read that. So this is one of the best fiction books I've read. It's a fantasy retelling the fall of the Qing dynasty. And ironically, if you want to learn about this time period, just read this book and then look up the parallels with the real history. Given you'll emotionally get a pretty good frame. The Grace of Kings. All right, let's see. The Grace of Kings. I don't know why I can't type anymore. All right, we'll keep that there for later.
Differences. You can see the cultural memory of this exact same process in China 2,000 years later under Mao Zedong with the communists. Another example of a sort of modern totalitarianism in the ancient world is the fall of Rome under Diocletian. At its peak for centuries, Rome was a free, religiously tolerant, pluralist, wealthy capitalist society, much like the modern West. However, as the empire faced external challenges in the 3rd century AD, which shattered its previous social structure, the state gained more and more power as Rome fell into totalitarian state control. The fall of Rome is one of my historic specialities, in which I joke that 5th century Rome is the exact opposite of a society that libertarians want.
Wait. I gotta analyze this image. Who is this black dude still in this woman? Were the Moors involved in Rome? I don't know if they were. I think the Moors were in Spain, right? Oh, fuck. Oh, that's Italy. Oh, so that must be Rome. For whatever reason, I thought the Moors were in Spain or went to Spain. Maybe they did. Let's see. Spain, modern day Spain. Oh, no, they did go to Spain. Okay, I wonder if they also went to Italy, or at least what's now called Italy. Oh shit, they did. Let's see, Rome. Nah, okay, so no, those must not have been Moors then. Like this, that must not be a Moor. Interesting.
In which I joke that 5th century Rome is the exact opposite of a society that libertarians want. Part of the reason that Rome converted to Christianity was to have a single religion the state could use to control the public. Rome raised the size of the bureaucracy.
Rome is the reason why modern day Christianity is what it is today, which is a amalgamation of paganism as well as, the Christian stuff, which in and of itself is also an amalgamation of some of the earlier desert, or I call them desert religions, but the religions that existed in that region. The Canaanites, the Israelites, Sumerians, Egyptians, like all of it. It's a mix of all of that. I imagine there's some Greek stuff too, because East Rome, or the Greco-Roman part of Rome, they had their own stuff too, due to the Greeks.
The state and the military so much that it destroyed every other part of the economy and society. The population and economy stagnated, and so there was no incentive to work or have children.
I think I've seen this painting before. I would love to see it in person. Wow. I wonder if the apocalyptic stuff is always fire and burning because it represents the death of a civilization, the end of the world, their worlds. Because I don't think it's ever been about the end of the world, but just the end of the abstract world that we live in. So, for instance, if you're American, your world is American, unless you have zoomed out and left and realized that this is just one of many civilizations that exist on Earth, and things don't have to be the way that they are here elsewhere. So I wonder if a lot of the apocalyptic stories that exist in the Christian worldview is based off of stuff like this, like the fall of all these empires, because a lot of empires fell during that time. You have the Egyptian Empire, the pharaohs, gone. Canaanites, I think we're gone. Sumerians, gone. The I don't know what you call them, but Carthage, gone. Part of Rome, gone. So I wonder if that's really what it's about. I don't know. I'm just guessing, just talking.
Every generation, cities grew smaller. The state made every occupation a hereditary caste. They made state work unpaid. They made quotas for each job to force people to work. 5th century Rome was one of the most unequal societies ever. It's not a wonder Rome finally fell when you know this. Now to the biggest and most famous variety of totalitarianism, that being industrialization. The Industrial Revolution operates like a frontier, in that historic frontiers push either towards freedom or slavery, as I explained in this text wall. Now to get to the biggest and most famous variety of totalitarianism, that being the industrial.
Wait, I gotta read this. So, slave settler society. Okay, there are only 2 other people. I need to get them to work for me so I can get a nice house at all costs. Okay, I see it. Free settler society. There are only 2 other people. I can do whatever I want, and one will tell me no. Oh, and no one will tell me no.
Industrial Revolution operates like a frontier, in that historic frontiers push either towards freedom or slavery, as I explained in this text wall. The Industrial Revolution both ended slavery and caused the greatest slave states in history, like Nazi Germany or Stalinist Russia.
All right, let's go back. So frontiers promulgate slavery of freedom, since in an environment in which there is not that much labor, excuse me, there are one of 2 choices. The first of which is to force others to work for you, and the latter is to let them be free. This occurs in every single frontier, including democracy and black slavery in North America. The Gaucho Cowboys and Encomienda, serfdom in Latin America, serfdom in the Cossacks in Eastern Europe, and then the ending of slavery and the gulags in the Industrial Revolution.
Slavery and caused the greatest slave states in history, like Nazi Germany or Stalinist Russia. The Industrial Revolution both promulgates mass urbanization, which demands bureaucracy to manage human societies,
So communists are nobody. Nothing. Communists. We like equality, so let's literally make everyone a slave to the state, where no one gets paid, given if we can't be equal, let's swim in our own shit together. It's bad when people leave the filth, not that they're in it.
Revolution both promulgates mass urbanization, which demands bureaucracy to manage human societies, which can no longer operate through social relationships. Secondarily, the Industrial Revolution gives human authorities godlike power, which drives them crazy with power fantasies. Finally, the Industrial Revolution turns the average person into an anonymous cog, which fantasizes about power as a psychic balance to their feeling of insignificance in the industrial concrete anthill.
Whoa. I see tax. Workers' wages, not a penny tax on food. Workers suppressed for supporting tailors. What is this? Daily worker penny off. I don't know what that's saying. NU meeting today. Windmill Hills. Was there something called a penny tax? A penny tax is a 1% sales tax that funds public projects. It's also known as a penny sales tax or 1 cent sales tax. Wow. So this right here is enlightening. We have people protesting in the streets over a 1% tax on food or on groceries or on things or anything. Yeah, on anything. Meanwhile, I pay 8.25% tax on things. Although we don't pay tax on food here in Texas. I don't know how it works everywhere else, but there's no tax on food here. But there's tax on everything else. It's a lot more than a penny.
Power as a psychic balance to their feeling of insignificance in the industrial concrete anthill. What's happened in each major totalitarian industrial country is that these societies experienced a combination of social change that was too rapid for them to adapt to organically, followed by a traumatic event that they could never predict. Revolution is the first, and in the second case, almost every industrial regime of the 20th century, which lost the world wars, fell into totalitarianism, which almost no one was able to predict the world wars, which was what made them so traumatic, and left the nations that lost with so much numb horror. This is what happened in Germany, Japan, Russia, Italy, France, and China, in which they firstly faced social changes that were rapid enough that they meant there was no social institutions capable of giving people psychological stability. The best book written on totalitarianism, or The True Believer by Eric Hoffer, which you should definitely read, talks about what totalitarianism offers is a freedom from freedom, in that people often look for very rigid belief structures in order to counterbalance the chaos of their lives, especially with how rapid change is in the industrial world. Part 3, the addictive lure. Totalitarianism has a sort of innate demonic addictive allure naturally built into it that you'll never have to worry again in your life. Most people are...
That is something that's interesting. It's always this utopia. I've noticed that. It's anything that comes to you with the promise of a utopia is probably probably not. That's kind of what a lot of the stuff recently is. It's like, oh, progress and build this egalitarian free. It's like, nah, this sounds like language that I've seen used in places like here in China during the Cultural Revolution. It seems like.
Innately weak and stupid, and thus find this incredibly attractive. For most people, the biggest thing that scares them is responsibility and having to worry. Totalitarianism is innately feminine at its core in that women, and to clarify, this is completely healthy and normal and beautiful when done correctly, naturally crave submission to the most powerful force possible due to the cost of their children and their own innate weakness. What man can be more powerful than the all-consuming totalitarian state? This is why leftism is so popular among unmarried women, now that their core base is that exact demographic by an enormous margin, since the state offers them unconditional protection without expecting anything in return. Those who support the totalitarian are those who are psychologically feminine. That's since the feminine is innately totalizing in that it craves complete domination, being unable to think or worry anymore since it's been so fucked. The state is a dildo. My favorite writer, Amaury de Reaucourt, likes to say that a revolution will work when young women support it, given there's a switch when young women will go from the most vociferous supporters of the old regime to the revolution, which...
Wait a minute, I gotta read the text wall. So much like a dildo, the state never truly satisfies the feminist's desire for subjugation and submission. Thus, as they push for daddy state to dominate, but he should have said zaddy. I know he's not one of us, but like he should have friends like me who are one of us to give him the word zaddy. So they want to push for the zaddy state to dominate them. They in turn become more frustrated. Thus, they push the state further. I think this is the scheme, in that as women push leftism further, and they lack children, religion, a husband, and a community, or the things that women have relied on for all their history, they get more radicalized. The cycle continues. All of this would be solved by reinstating the patriarchy.
Writer Amaury de Reaucourt likes to say that a revolution will work when young...
Sex and Power in History, Rancor Amory, okay, the guy he's talking about. This is one of the best history books I've ever read. And it's about how the relations between the sexes have changed the course of history. You should read the digital files since I have already destroyed the price of print copies by recommending this. All right, does he link to it? I guess he doesn't. All right, well, let's go look at it. Sex and Power in History. Maybe this will be useful for the stuff that I'm writing right now. Internet Archive, look at that. Might be free. Yes, it is. And they have this cool little view. Oh wait, no, never mind. That's not it. Let me just put it on my Goodreads thing, and then I'll come back to it later.
Young women support it, given there's a switch when young women will go from the most vociferous supporters of the old regime to the revolution, which occurred in both the French and Russian revolutions.
I have noticed this in my 36 years here. Young women support whatever the status quo is given how physically weak they are against the world. You run into weird historic facts here that seem shocking to moderns. For example, young women 300 years ago loved seeing public torture and hangings. They were one of the most popular dating options. Social liberalism and aestheticism, and atheism were seen as masculine in the early modern period, since you were standing alone against tradition, while religion and conservatism was seen as innately feminine. Man, you know, a lot of stories point to this. Let's see here. Did I misspell it maybe? Oh, it's just, okay, Google's just not, oh, I misspelled it. Okay, I put 2 L's. So I often say that a lot of our stuff comes from Sumerian, Sumer. Mesopotamia is that to some extent afterwards, really. Figure in Mesopotamian and Jewish mythology, theorized to be the first wife of Adam and a primordial she-demon. Lilith is cited as having been banished from the Garden of Eden for not complying with and obeying Adam. So there's that. Then there's also Eve. As a figure in the book of Genesis in the Hebrew Bible, according to the origin story of the Abrahamic religions. And there are other religions that have similar things. But anyway, she was the first woman to be created by God. Eve is known as Adam's wife. According to the 2nd chapter, she was created. Adam is charged with gardening and keeping the garden before her creation. She is not present. So what did she do? In case some people don't know. She decides. Oh wait, so although it is clear that she was aware of the command, all right, so let's keep going here. Adam is charged with guarding and keeping the garden before creation. She is not present when God commands Adam not to eat the forbidden fruit, although it's clear that she was aware of the command. She decides to eat the forbidden fruit from the tree of knowledge and of good and evil, except she didn't just decide. There was something else involved. After she hears the serpent's argument, there it goes, that it would not kill her but bring her benefits. She shares the fruit with Adam, and before they could eat, of the tree, they're expelled from the garden. All right. With Eve herself suffering implications, with her being subjugated to additional agony during childbirth, as well as subjecting her husband, Adam, to basically having to work and toil in the field for food. It doesn't say that here, but that's kind of what it gets at. Interesting.
Alongside the rise of Nazi Germany. Even in the hyper-masculine totalitarian societies like Nazi Germany, this is a very emotional, romantic concept of masculinity that women can admire. The most vociferous supporters of the Nazis were young women who got off on the romantic
Makes you wonder.
Heroism. This is why democracy only succeeds in hyper-masculine warrior societies like the English, Americans, Athenians, or Romans, and then as they grow wealthier, the democracies fall into decadent Caesarism. The core demographics the totalitarians hate the most are the nobility, merchants, and church, which are the demographics which root the population in either the past, land, or God, and pull the populace away from the totalizing impulse pushed by the government. Many people think that because I am a rightist, I would be sympathetic to Nazis. The opposite is true in that I actually dislike the fascists or the Nazis more than the communists. Given today, those who are Nazis since they know it to be morally wrong, and they're trying to spite society by saying the bad words and doing the objectively immoral things. What I consistently find with totalitarianism is that it's people whose brains have shut down due to psychic pressure, and then they just rationalize whatever issues we have as a society by saying, we need to do blank in order to solve our issues. Blank always involves giving the state more power. The problem is that—
I will be right back. And since I'm back, I'm going to read this text wall. This is a very important fallacy. Effort equal outcomes. Example, if we're not struggling as hard to help Black people as we can, we're a bad society. You need to work as hard as possible to know you're doing the best job. Reality. Work as hard as you want to achieve what you want. It used to take 10 hours a week to wash clothes. Now it doesn't. That's innately good. Another way of saying that is that, it's less effort to wash clothes now. It doesn't mean that it's less good than it was in the past.
They're stuck in an effort equals outcomes fallacy. Basically, if society tries...
A lot of people think that too. They think that that your outcomes should be based off of how much work you put in. And I'm just like, no. No, that's... I mean, yeah, you could say should and could and ought to and all those other words, but that's not reality. The world, nature, earth, gods, if you believe in that, or whatever, physics, if you choose to just think that it's not about effort and outcome. It's just some things will have a incommensurate outcome based on effort. Or what's another word? The amount of it's asymmetric, right? So some things will require more effort to get an outsized result, and that's included in physics, not just in society.
Really hard to fix an issue, they can fix it. This just isn't how the world works, though, and you'll just burn out without accomplishing anything in most cases. There's this sort of attitude that we need to be doing everything we can in order to fix or save Black people, attain progress, and inequality.
It is interesting looking at the makeup
However,
of
there's
that
an
picture.
innate timing to all things, and trying too hard doesn't get you anywhere. The totalitarian impulse is the attempt to get drunk off the process of surrendering to a bigger project.
Wait, how come that just...
is that the goal they...
Wait, how did that just go so fast? Oh, I thought I changed it. Okay, never mind. All right, so GDP per capita, property rights index. We're over here. Norway, Ireland, Canada, Hong Kong, Japan. And then off over here, we have Bangladesh, Nicaragua, Bolivia, Paraguay, Nigeria. Oh, man, dang. God dang. I wasn't expecting that. Tanzania. Oh, God. I've been there too. I wasn't expecting it to be that low. Tunisia, China. Oh, wow. Interesting. So China and Tunisia are about the same. I know that.
Pick is normally innately pretty stupid, and trying to achieve it won't actually work. Communism wasn't correct that the more you get people to work, the better off society is. Rather, wealth is an outgrowth of the correct incentives like property rights. Most of the most successful people I've met don't actually work that many hours a day. They're just very efficient at figuring out what types of work really well, because when you're operating at the highest level of complexity, the quality of the decision vastly outpaces the quantity of work. And this is why the aristocracy in pre-industrial society spent so much time doing leisure, because the leisure allowed them to mentally categorize and deal with incredibly complex things like waging war or making art or philosophy or that stuff. I'll run into communists or Nazis who will say stuff like, we need to deal with the Jews or get rid of the rich to solve our issues. I find it morally disgusting that these people turn scapegoating others to escape their own responsibility into a moral good, and then they shame others who don't do it. All totalitarianism is predicated upon scapegoating, in which every totalitarian regime has to find an outgroup to project their insecurities and failures onto.
We're doing that now. Like the illegal migrants, for instance. My issue has nothing to do with, oh, they're taking jobs or anything. It's more of a cultural thing where it's, I'm not calling them barbarians, but in other places, it's the barbarians that come in that don't share the culture that destroy things. So I'm looking at it in that context of, hey, these people don't share our values. They shouldn't be here. But I've noticed that a lot of folks, they're saying, oh, they're taking our jobs and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, yeah, there might be some effects, to the cost of labor. It goes down. It's like a forcing function down. It's downward pressure. However, a lot of the jobs that they take are not jobs that Americans want. So if we were to get rid of them, and I'm not saying we should or not in that regard, but I am saying that a lot of the folks who say, oh, we should keep them here, what they don't seem to understand is that they are advocating for having a perpetual underclass here in America, where we want our cheap goods, we don't want to pay fair market price for things, so we have someone who we can exploit, who will do it for a lot lower. So it's complex, except for, in my case, I look at it as purely on culture. I don't want anyone in my country who doesn't share our culture and our values. Straight up.
So that the ruling class won't be held accountable for its own failures. This has to be a feature, not a bug, because the goals they're picking are completely impossible. Possibly the best book on totalitarianism is The Dictators by Richard Overy. It's in a similar vein as another really excellent book on this topic, that being Bloodlands by Timothy Snyder. Both of these books compare the social structure of Nazi Germany and Stalinist Russia, and show that even though one of these dictatorships is technically right-wing and another left-wing, that they have far more in common with each other than with liberal democracies. Both are atheist, managerial, totalitarian command economies built off utopian fantasies.
You know what? That's actually kind of, I've never considered that. But he is right. They are both authoritarian, totalitarian, and one is left-leaning and the other is right-leaning, and they are even neighbors. Wow, I never even considered that. That's fascinating. What's this book called? Bloodlands. Okay, yeah, I've never considered that.
Another really excellent book on this topic, that being Bloodlands by Timothy Snyder. Both of these books compare the social structure of Nazi Germany and Stalinist Russia, and show that even though one of these dictatorships is technically right-wing and another left-wing, that they have far more in common with each other than with liberal democracies. Both are atheist, managerial, totalitarian command economies built off utopian fantasies. Whenever I hear rightists or commies saying that totalitarianism is compassionate for the working classes, unlike capitalism, which is just the rich exploiting the poor, one of the very important details none of these people bring up is that the first thing both Hitler and Stalin did when they went into power was to put a cap on wages, or cut off the wages for the working class, and also cut off their ability to change jobs or geographic region, and then shut down their ability to go on strike. A great irony is that regimes that say they rule for the rich tend to be actually much nicer to the poor than those who claim to serve the poor's interests. The reason totalitarians tend to oppress the working classes, they're claiming to—
I gotta go back. Text wall. Reality is innately paradoxical, so I don't really know why regimes that openly claim to serve the upper classes tend to treat the lower classes better than regimes which claim to serve the interests of the lower classes. However, this is a consistent pattern between Victorian Europe, early America, Republican Rome, medieval Europe, or most traditional kingdoms around the world. Meanwhile, populist demagogues who claim to serve the public often become tyrants. This isn't perfect in that very frequently the rich oppress the poor since they want to. I thought it was always the case that when someone tells you that, they're doing this for you or serving you, it's the opposite. I don't know enough to really have much of a say on this first part. But I have noticed that those who claim to serve the poor, oftentimes they don't, the results don't align with what they say.
Irony is that regimes that say they rule for the rich tend to be actually much nicer to the poor than those who claim to serve the poor's interests. The reason totalitarians tend to oppress the working classes they're claiming to protect is that through giving the state total power, the working classes surrender any leverage they have. Thus, the state has every single incentive to oppress the working classes as much as they can, to take from them, and there's nothing the poor can do to fight back. This is such an important symbol since it shows that all of totalitarianism is surrendering reality for a fantasy.
Where is this? I need to go here. That building is really cool. I need a photo of that building. It would look amazing in black and white with maybe an overcast sky.
fantasy. In order to live the fantasy of utopia, you force yourself to live through actual hell. Totalitarianism is the most destructive political system possible, in that almost every single totalitarian regime mentioned above self-destructed within a single lifetime of its formation. This is since it's just not a sustainable social model. What often happens is they burn through valuable social capital that took centuries to develop, whether a church, nobility, merchant class, cultural traditions, folkways, and that sort of thing. And we saw that occur in Russia, China, France, or the Germanys.
All right, and go back to that. Socialist structure of the French Revolution. The best summary of the French Revolution I can make is the bureaucracy tried to take over all society. They won early on, but since they needed authoritarian governance to lead them after collapsing into madness, France turned into a military dictatorship led by General Napoleon. All right, so they axed the king, the nobility, and the farmer ruling regime, the church, I guess. And I guess that was all Napoleon. The army serves us army. You guys are nuts. The bureaucracy. Oh, okay, I see. So bureaucracy asked the army to serve them. All right, shut up and give your money. Merchants economically dominant. So they took the money from the merchants. Bureaucracy got the army, and then Napoleon destroy. Okay,
folkways, and that sort of thing. And we saw that occur in Russia, China, France, or the Germanys, in which these societies lost their competitive ability due to cannibalizing their own society and culture. Totalitarian regimes are really the only type of regime in history which cannibalize their own populations. Repression is pretty common over history, but totalitarianism is on a completely different scale. This is why communism has killed more people in the 20th century than every other religion and ideology in history combined. At the same time, fascism is a really easy number 2 for most bloodthirsty religion and ideology in history, and anything except totalitarianism doesn't even register numerically close anywhere to a similar bracket.
All right, so ideologies by mass death. We have communism, 67 million. Civil wars involving communists, 26 million. Okay, so I guess you add those two. All religions combined, 47 million. Wow, that's even, wow, all of them combined. Fascism, 20 million. Oh, that's interesting. Fascism has killed 3 times less people than communism on just measuring this right here, but 4 times if you add this right here as well. Yeah, for whatever reason, I hear a lot of fascists being thrown around like that's the worst thing. When looking at this, it would seem that communism is the worst thing. No other ideologies even really make it on this list. All others are 2 million. If you blame World War II only on fascism, which I don't think it is fair, you can get 65 million deaths. As far as I know, World War II wasn't started because of fascism. It was the Nazis. And I don't know if it, well, why was it started? I forget what started the second one. Yeah, I forgot what started the second one. It's been a while.
Totalitarianism doesn't even register numerically close anywhere to a similar bracket. Totalitarianism is the bloodiest experiment in human history by such an enormous margin, and we haven't learned the lesson yet. Totalitarianism in one form or another has already killed the economy and society of the industrial world, and we haven't realized it yet. Part 4, woke.
All right, so we have World War II, 66 million, Genghis Khan, 40 mil, Mao Zedong, 40 mil, famines in British India, 27 mil, Manchu invasion of China, 25 mil, Taiping Rebellion, 20 mil, Stalin, 20 mil, Islamic slave trade, 19 mil. Bet y'all didn't know that existed. East Africa. Tamerlane, 17 million, Atlantic slave trade, that's West Africa, 16 million. The conquest of the Americas, 15 mil, World War I, 15 mil, An Lushan Rebellion, 13 mil, Wang Mang, 13 mil, Leopold's Congo, 10 mil. I think that's the German when they were the colony in Congo. Russian Civil War, 9 mil, 30 Years War, 7.5 mil. Fall of Mongol China, 7.5 mil. Fall of Rome, 7 mil. Chinese Civil War, 7 mil.
Already killed the economy and society of the industrial world, and we haven't realized it yet. Part 4, woke totalitarian.
All right, I'm gonna go grab my snap.
It's funny to realize that our current society, as in the modern West, is one of the most prime examples of totalitarianism. In fact, it's one of the best examples I can find in history. The deep irony stems from how we are also a liberal democracy with a free market, freedom of speech, and religion. These two things should be innately contradictory, but the outside world is proof that they are in fact not. Let me explain why our current society is totalitarian. Keep in mind that totalitarianism is a sort of mindset before anything else. It's the totalizing drive of the state towards total control of every single element of a person's life. This was one of the things that really scared me about wokeness when I first encountered it as a teenager, moving from rural Pennsylvania to downtown Philly, where I went from an environment with almost no wokeness to one where it was completely dominant overnight. The first is that wokeness is very clear when it openly states that its goal is the complete destruction of modern Western industrial civilization, and secondly, that it aims to destroy literally everything else in the culture. Wokeness has seized control of our art, culture, literature, philosophy, religion, economy, and anything else. You see, the only thing totalitarianism really needs is an ability to exercise power, which can be democratic. Our current totalitarianism, as Sam Francis so presciently wrote in his best book on the topic, The Leviathan and Its Enemies, is a cultural tyranny exerted through the managerial class's control of culture. The thing that's so interesting with wokeness is that it's been able to become a tyranny through operating with factors that intuitively should not allow a tyranny. Wokeness is anti-hierarchical, anti-force, anti-imperial, and is a totally indirect tyranny. Wokeness in a lot of ways is a strange historic aberration stemming through variables which I believe lead to mouse utopia.
All right, let's see. So in his opinion, wokeness is pretty simple. It's just a rationalization for mouse utopia. Basically, humans did not evolve for the end of scarcity and for urban environments. Wait. Basically, humans did not evolve for the end of scarcity. Okay. Thus, when you remove the constraints of hunger, disease, and war, while combined with the breakdown of traditional rules, societal structure or social structures, which have given people meaning and stability over history, humans collapse into mate suppression and other low trust behaviors. As the birth rate collapses due to this evolutionary mismatch, because humans are deceitful and foolish, we just made an ideology to rationalize the collapse of society as good.
However, It's completely obvious that wokeness is innately totalitarian in a way.
You know what? First, I have an issue with the fact that what was slang from my people has been co-opted by other groups yet again. That is one thing that is not lost on me, of how much of my culture is stolen from us and appropriated for other shit that it has nothing to do with. Woke meant something incredible, like very different, before it was co-opted by all these people who are not like us. And I'm talking about me, black, non-black people. I'm gonna be real right now. Like all these people who steal from our culture because their fucking culture is morally empty. It's baffling to me. Woke meant that you were aware of the powers that be and how things operated. You were awake. You weren't asleep. That's what woke meant. And now it's been co-opted by all these people of color, and I'm not like them. Like, I'm not part of their stupid ass group. Like, if you're someone like, I'm a person of color, it's like, well, no, I'm black. You can be a person of color. I want nothing to do with you. We're not the same. We are not the same. That's just yet another way to try to steal, I guess, power from black people, is to try to lump us in other groups. It's like, nah, I have nothing in common with you if you're a person of color. It wasn't your people who were struggling for civil rights like it was my people. It wasn't your people who were actually generating the culture that's been exported, that's now considered American culture, even though it's really predominantly mine.
Is that other ideologies aren't. An example of this is that wokeness attacks things that are emotionally adjacent to its enemies, not just its enemies. For example, French food lost popularity in America, and the earlier styles
I remember that. Especially after, what was it? When they didn't want to help with 9/11 to go bomb Afghanistan and shit. We called them freedom fries. I'm just like, that's the stupidest thing. They're called French fries because of the type of cut. Fucking idiot. But you know, George Bush doesn't look like he's the smartest man. He seems like he is very much a, what do you call it? The types of kids who get into college, not because they actually know anything, but because their family, they're gosh, what do you call those people who go to college, a good school, a legacy? Yes, he's definitely a legacy admit. No, he wasn't there because of him. It's because his daddy. You know, his daddy got him in there.
History writing, literature, religion, culture, fashion, philosophy, and even the previous ethnic composition of the West have become socially taboo to discuss. Wokeness is a totalizing force which aims at the complete destruction of even things peripherally connected to the memories of its enemy.
Wokeness in the post-1960s West hate white people so much it refuses to live in traditional white people houses, eat white people food, consume historic white people literature, music, or philosophy. Refuses to read white people history or even acknowledge the demographics and cultural history which underlie the West or America. This is an attempt by the managers to build a new civilization while screwing us over. I think that he's too far into thinking that this is just about his group of people. It's more than his group of people. But yeah, I can see why he thinks that. I come from an area where, that's how people talk. Oh, that's white people food. Or you talk white, or it's just that is stupidity, really. These are ignorant people. But I guess that's what it takes. You need an ignorant group in order to control them.
The nature of feminine
they will find out in the end,
incapable of maintaining a unified moral standard against its enemies, while it also attacks the emotions others associate with its enemies. This is why wokeness spirals into such petty, ridiculous tyranny, in which it aims at the complete humiliation of its opponents. This is why no movies, video games, or pieces of culture can have any straight white males. Wokeness is about as totalitarian as you can get. It's worse in that there is no clear target to attack, in that wokeness is a hive mind incapable of forming any leaders, given it's so motivated by envy that no one can rise to leadership inside it because they get torn down. Another example of totalitarianism is the obsessive inculcation of the next generation in the ideology being the main purpose of the school system. This has been pushed the furthest in the Western countries besides America, which is awfully funny because wokeness only really makes sense inside the American context in which wokeness originally formed, being predicated upon black and white, pun intended, racial context that exists only in America. I'm always dumbfounded that European countries, Australia, or even Korea experience woke politics often to a greater degree than America, which focuses on stuff like defund the police, where these countries don't even have armed police forces in a lot of cases, or for racial issues which make no sense considering these countries' histories. You can see the totalizing element of wokeness if you want to look at countries like Britain or Canada, in which the entire political spectrum has become woke. This creates an artificial concept of choice for the public, in which the people can vote for multiple manifestations of the uniparty, all of which share the same managerial interests. You may not believe me, but look at the British Tory Party and the Canadian Conservative Party, both of which are often more left-wing than the American Democrat Party. The lesson here is that since wokeness establishes a self-interest, which allows continuous state overreach in the name of progress, regimes run by the managerial class convert to wokeness as a way to control their population. There's no consent on the population's part, which is why if you polled the general public on their opinions on most woke cultural topics, like immigration or gay marriage until a decade ago, or any single given woke issue, reparations, these are things that almost no one in the population supported, but the managerial class forced it down our throat against our consent. I know I'm supposed to write clean episodes with clear endings and clear themes, and I have to finish the videos by tying it all off in a nice bow. However, I can't do that because the reality is just not pleasant here. In much of the Western world, a totalitarian suicide cult runs everything. It is growing weaker due to structural variables in which it is losing influence, but it's unclear if it can be defeated before civilization collapse. Look, I'm just here to give you the information, and I'm not going to lie to you. The story's still up to us. If you find this disturbing, congratulations, you're a rational actor. The game keeps going, in which history is both a twisted mirror of the past and a constantly new, beautiful individual moment. We can choose to learn the lessons of the past or not. We will be forced to keep reliving this trauma until we can learn the great lesson of the 20th century, that totalitarianism is not acceptable. All of our ancestors and descendants see this much more clearly than we do. This is not a complex issue. We are run by an evil, suicidal death cult.
Well, that was a lot. I mostly agree. Mostly. All right. Well, let's go on to the next video. I have I think I have a lot. I've been posting a lot in the channel. So this next one is rejected 8 marriage proposals. Her boyfriend immediately married another person. Let's see. Someone is getting charged for something. Look at that. I want to look at this Asian Boss. Asian Boss, I really love their channel. I like all of their content. So we'll watch this. I haven't actually watched it. Like I said, I go through and I'll watch like 20, 30s, maybe a minute. And
Every
then
social platform,
put it to my list.
people spend more time.
Let me give it a like. Let's listen to it.
people fighting to each other, the time spending will going higher. That's so toxic. But in Xiaohongshu, the community is really, really friendly.
First of all, Xiaohongshu means little red notebook. Xiao is small, Hong is red, and Shu is a book or notebook. Little red book. Now, it's not red note, even though that's what it's been called here in America. It's just like, it's literally in the name. But let's go look at it. Let's see, Mao Zedong, red book. It was actually specifically little red book. So this is a book that everyone was required to have with them, and they needed to read it every day. During the Cultural Revolution, this has been translated. PDF. Did that say Marxist Internet Archive? That did. Marxist.org. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna read something because it's interesting. The enemy will not perish of himself. Neither the Chinese reactionaries nor the aggressive forces of U.S. imperialism in China will step down from the stages of history on their own accord. Carry the revolution through to the end. Huh. This isn't in Chinese, but I'm going to keep this up so I can read it later.
Lots of students study abroad want to join Xiaohongshu. One position maybe receive over 500 resumes.
For one position.
For what it's worth, this guy is someone who works there.
For one position. In the Raynote, there are no translation feature. They just design, implement, and ship it during 4 days.
In 4 days. That's super quick.
It's a China style.
On the other side, that means more censorship to ban more people more easily. The users are okay with that. TikTok refugees or refugees. When you saw the whole trend of people migrating, what was sort of your reaction?
It's super weird, honestly. It's like a joke. But after 2 days, the news happened. And one day in that morning, I surfed in Bali. And we have some...
I guess he lives in Bali and not China, my bad.
Worldwide, but we live Bali together. And a guy come from Germany was asking, Nick, I heard you work in China before. I said, yeah. And have you ever heard Xiaohongshu Raynote? I said, well, yeah. I know, I worked it before. And
oh, he did.
They guys are super exciting. And you were asking lots of questions about how to use Raynote and how to create the content. And how about the censorship and how to get the followers. They are super interested. Yeah, I'm so surprised. I'm asking why you guys so interesting. You say, do you know it's now go viral now? Everybody knows. Yeah, during that time I would say, oh, it's not like a joke. They guys, the Western guy, is super interesting.
Do you think that people working inside Rednote was expecting that app like exploding global popularity? Because I thought that it was a domestic app. It's only in Chinese language, right?
No, we have the international team. We spend lots of, during that time I stay working in the company. We spend lots of resources and money to express the app globally, but cannot success. It's super difficult. Yeah, so after that, I call my phone worker and I will say, what do you think about? I say, okay, it's like a dream. It's impossible. We do nothing, and the founders coming. How amazing!
So they are excited, or are they like, oh my god, what do we do? And they panic.
I think the first the guys are super exciting, but after a few hours, the employee here realize, okay, so many overtime days.
You have to work overtime.
You are doing overtime. You say, because the Raynote is not international app, so even some words, some button, the sentence not translate properly in English. So all engineering, all the product team is working overtime to fix everything. Yeah. So, for example, in the Rain Note, there are no translation feature. They just design, implement, and ship it during 4 days.
In 4 days.
Yeah, in 4 days. Only 4 days.
To introduce a new feature.
Yeah,
Like a
ship it online.
translation feature.
A translation feature.
That's quick. That's super quick.
It's a China style.
What do you mean by China style?
The China style, the 4 days is not so quick. Because when I work in Xiaohongshu, we just, in the morning, we have a stand-up meeting, just discussing. Maybe we find out some insight, some number is so interesting. And after 2 hours, we complete the analysis. And we design the new feature in that day. And we start increment in the afternoon and just ship it online in the midnight. Only 1
Yeah,
day.
so the part that surprised me about that is that's like a startup speed. That's like a startup speed, right?
Yeah.
Things are, but Rednote right now, like, I don't know.
Honestly, there is no American corporation that can compete with that. It takes weeks just to make a decision. It's part of the reason why I prefer working at startups. It's that the decision-making process is a lot shorter, but I haven't worked at a startup where we go from looking at insights or looking at data, produce insights, plan a feature, and then ship it in forward. I haven't done that. That would be dope, though.
How many employees would you estimate they have?
5,000 or 6,000.
So it's a huge company. And to have that kind of execution speed
Oh,
to
shit,
introduce
it's
a feature,
big too,
introduce
wow.
a new product. Like, it's just so hard to, because even by startup standard, that's really fast.
Yeah.
You can compare to the TikTok and Douyin, right? It's bigger than the Rain Note.
Right.
But they also have that kind of speed. It's really common, really normal in China.
Wow. Okay, we'll talk about the work culture and how, because no wonder why, in terms of like speed and innovation and like just getting things done, like, wow, that's pretty cool. Just from a founder's perspective, I wish that we could have that kind of speed when we're at that size,
Have you ever heard the 996 culture in
9
China?
days.
Yeah,
12
that's a
hours a
catchword.
day,
Like,
6 days a
everybody's on
week.
996 culture, so which means that you work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days per week, right?
Yeah.
So, and everybody's wondering, oh, is it true? Is it why people working so many hours? So, like, how accurate would you say 996 culture is in, like, say, in a tech industry or internet companies?
It's more than 996. It's more than 996.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, because in China, if you work at an internet company, will get a well pay, and everybody will respect you. And it's a funny fact. If you work in an internet company and have a well pay, when you're dating in a girl, you will say, oh, and the girl is discussing was, oh, the guy is working in Rain Note or ByteDance. Oh, it's really good.
So it's
You
like
become really popular.
in Western world, same as saying, oh, I work at Apple or I work at Google or something.
I think more than.
More than.
I think more.
Yeah, I wouldn't respect you if you're like, I work at Apple or Google. I'll give 0 fucks. I don't even respect the companies themselves. Why would I respect the employees?
Then because people think working in the internet company is kind of rich, and the benefit was super good, and that's one reason. And the other reason is the China culture is really competitive.
Very competitive.
Yeah, really. For example, in the 3rd year I work in Xiaohongshu, we start the hiring process, and the graduate can we receive lots of resume from Harvard, Stanford, MIT, UC Berkeley, and U Chicago. Lots of people Chinese people, students study abroad and want to join Xiaohongshu. One position maybe will receive over 500 resumes.
For one position. 500 resumes for one position.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's during that time. During the time I worked before, maybe now it's more than.
Yeah, because now it's more popular, right?
Yeah, it's more popular now, and we'll see, everyone is so excellent.
Yeah.
How to choose it?
Yeah. By the way, why is it called Red Note? What does that mean?
The direct translation is a Little Red Book.
Little Red Book.
Yeah, Little Red Book. Because in the beginning, the founder of the Rain Note want to create an app relevant to travel. It's a traveling guide about Hong Kong, Singapore, the US, maybe France or something else. Because in that time, the people in China is really eager to going out to explore the world.
So it was like supposed to be a mini travel guide or something.
Yeah, so in the beginning, it's a little travel guides, but there are so many common in that website. They will say how to buy how to buy that kind of thing, where to buy the underwear of CK or blah 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 blah. And there are opportunity. And why not build up the app? The people discussing.
But why the color red? What does that mean?
It's a preference of our founder, and if also have it's the other job because the quotation of the Chairman Mao, it's also covered by red.
I see.
And our founder, the surname is also Mao.
Oh my God.
So it's a joke.
So it's meant to be a joke.
Yeah,
but
it's meant to be a
like,
joke.
But because people can misinterpret that, saying there's like a political, making a political statement.
It's a misunderstanding. It's just for fun, okay? And because that kind of word is really easy to remember for Chinese people.
Right. Because okay, so it's just a branding strategy.
Yeah, it's a branding strategy, not over understanding.
Okay, this is good. This is some interesting things.
Why did you decide to join Red Bull?
In the beginning of 5 years, I just joined some stuff. But finally, they fail. Yeah, build stuff is really easy to fail. Over 95%. So I usually tell you, Asian Bull survival. It's it's rare, okay? But one day, my friend working Alibaba before, and I would just catch up with a dining. I would just I'm super tired. Join the other stuff today, and it's super tight but interesting. Do you want to have a talk and to visit to the company to show what's going on? And I went to Xiaohongshu, the rain notes. In the beginning, in that time, it's only 100 employee, and I see everyone smile and so energetic, and they are also the young people. I see, the company are so cool. But in that time, Xiaohongshu is an e-commerce platform focused on the girl stuff, for example, makeup and dress and something else. Sorry, I'm a shy guy, so I don't have a good understanding about that. But in that time, my housemate is 2 girls. They are fashion designers, so I'm asking the 2 girls, have you ever known Xiaohongshu? You say, it's so cool. Every girls know what is Xiaohongshu, what is Rainote. So it's kind of interesting. So why not go in? So I joined that company.
Right.
Yeah, it's like a combination of the e-commerce and Instagram, and people sharing some how to make a good makeup and how to dress up.
I see. So it wasn't like a video platform.
Not a video platform. In that time, it's only it's an old-fashioned Instagram style. It's only the image, the photo with some text. That's it.
So when you heard about this whole TikTok ban that's going on in the US, TikTok is a international version of this domestic app in China called Douyin.
Yeah.
Right. So Douyin and TikTok is kind of the same thing, except TikTok is the international version and Douyin is the domestic version. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So actually, what is the difference? Why did they separate it into international version and domestic version?
For censorship. Yeah. For example, in China, if there's someone wear a bikini and maybe you will treat as a sexual content.
Sexual content.
Yeah, sexual content.
Which is interesting because it's allowed here. It's like, I think they're on to something.
But if you're overseas, for example, now I live in Bali now, wear a bikini is nothing. But in TikTok, you can. And in TikTok, you can talking about LGBTQ. But in Douyin, it's totally impossible. So the parent company, the ByteDance, need to separate that kind of system, the app, to the globally worldwide. Say the strategy they're doing is separate the 2 apps. And that's one reason. And the other reason is all the data of Douyin is stored in China, mainland China.
Right.
But the TikTok is stored in other country by the policy of the country.
Right.
Yeah.
That's actually quite interesting because that's the whole reason why the Biden administration decided to ban TikTok, because they think the data is actually all in mainland China, not because, the TikTok CEO, I heard him saying that, no, we're actually like a totally separate company. But then, I watched the hearing where everybody was like, but you send all the data to ByteDance as a parent company, right? So, like, is that true?
I don't know. I think no one knows actually, yeah. Because could someone can check all the data is sent to China or not? No one can check. Maybe one day will someone buy a TikTok and just checking the code? Yeah, maybe can do. But before they sell in the company, you can delete the code. You have no you have no clue to prove that.
Right. So basically right now, unless you're the insider, you just don't know what's happening.
Yeah, maybe someone knows. You need to interview.
Right. Well, then if Trump is trying to delay the ban or execution of the ban, and he's trying to find a U.S. buyer because they still want to keep the app alive, is that a good thing or a bad thing for them? And will China even let them just like, okay, fine, we'll let you sell it? Like,
it depends on how to sell it.
Right, of course.
Yeah, only sell the egg and the user data without algorithm. With the algorithm or without
Yeah, I
algorithm.
don't think they're ever going to allow that algorithm to be sold. Why would they? I think American companies, people, whoever, we need to just compete. They have a better algorithm, and I doubt that they're going to allow that to be sold. The app itself, without the algorithm, is probably not that useful. But I've never really, I mean, I have it on one of my phones, but I don't really use it, so I don't really know much about how it works.
Algorithm is a super critical issue because Meta just can copy a new app during 1 month. And Meta also have lots of data of user. Look at WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook. They have a lot. But how about algorithm?
That's very interesting. So you're saying that almost like the secret sauce, the secret weapon here is the algorithm. That's the tough part.
The algorithm is always the most valuable part of anything. It's always the algorithm. I like to say anybody can write shitty ass code. It's the algorithm that makes it valuable. And yeah, I don't foresee China ever allowing their IP to be sold, especially to a competitor or an enemy nation.
To copy.
It's an algorithm and also the people working in ByteDance. Because what they are thinking, what they are designing the system mechanism is really, really critical. You see, Twitter also have lots of data. How about YouTube shows? Even the same form. YouTube shows, Instagram Reels, it looks like a copycat from TikTok.
Well, now they copy the algorithm.
Yeah, but the cover algorithm is totally different.
Right.
It's a really critical issue if I'm Elon Musk or someone, I'm a super rich guy. By doing only data and the app is useless. But how about algorithm?
So what if they say, oh, we want to buy the algorithm too? Like you got to give us everything. Then
yeah, and how Biden is thinking about? Totally not. I don't want to sell it.
Right. They would rather just shut it down.
Maybe you'll shut it down. And the other reason is the deal is not only about the commercial. It's about the relationship between China and the US.
Okay, so you're really bringing to light this aspect that I haven't even thought about, which is it's not even the data issue, it's really the algorithm issue.
Yeah.
Because that could literally trigger World War III or create type of a false narrative or you know.
And everything's AI-generated content.
The argument that American people say is, oh, if you look at Douyin, it's like everybody cares about education and there's always quality stuff. But on TikTok, there's just like a bad influence to young people, right? What's your take on that?
It's the same. If you download Douyin and have a local account, you can see just the people dancing and the cute girl just talking joke.
Right.
I think it's the same. It's not about the algorithm. It's about the culture. Because everywhere, for example, I travel a lot. When I see the TikTok.
All right, so I do have to say that, like, I think TikTok is essentially a mirror of the society that we live in. It makes it abundantly clear that maybe we are degenerate. Maybe we are no longer upholding those high ideals that we think we do. Because when I look across Twitter and YouTube and Instagram, I see the most foul, degenerate shit. I can't even show you my Instagram search. If I go to the search feature, I'm going to show it anyway. I'm not going to do it on screen share, but I'll at least share it by just showing my camera. And keep in mind that I have never used Instagram search feature because, like, what the hell am I searching for on Instagram? Like, come on. But let me show you what I see. I'm going to do it live just in case it's something else, but not what it normally is. Maybe it's listening. The fuck? All right, so hopefully it'll focus. All right, let me come into search. This is what I see when I come into search. A bunch of degenerate shit. Normally there are these images that look like they're very suggestive. I'll say that. Very suggestive images. And one of the things that I'm also noticing, if I go to my text message or whatever, the messages, I deleted them, but all right, well, I was getting these requests from, I don't know, like e-thoughts, e-girls, I don't know what they are, trying to, like, they're always using sex to try to, lure you in. I'm just like, it doesn't work on me. I think it's just indicative of the culture that we live in. If we weren't trash, maybe we wouldn't see trash. As they like to say about all systems, trash in, trash out.
Or the user of the TikTok in the by the age is same as the Chinese people, the same interests. So it's not depends on the algorithm. No one meant the people in US get dumb. Maybe actually they done before.
The reason why I'm asking about Douyin is if people wanted to jump from TikTok to a Chinese app, you would think that they will migrate just to Douyin, not TikTok.
No, because Douyin not only reaches by Chinese phone number, but in Xiaohongshu we don't need that. Only email, and even you can log in by your Apple ID.
Right.
Yeah, your iCloud.
So in order to access Douyin, you need a local Chinese phone number.
Yeah, sure.
Which you cannot do from America, let's say. But they just need like an email or your Apple ID.
Yeah, that's it.
Right. So why did Red Note become so relevant culturally so fast, even in China? Because Douyin and ByteDance was sort of like the main guy, right? They are the establishment. They are the incumbent. But then how was Red Note able to like just almost like, but would you say right now it's bigger than Douyin, or Douyin is still bigger?
No one can bigger than Douyin.
How big is Douyin? How many like users per month or something?
Per month
or daily users?
It's daily 600 million and maybe more than. It's an old number.
600 million daily users.
Yeah, and about a monthly user, maybe about over 1 billion.
Wow. So we're just talking about a different level of engagement. I mean, because Chinese population is of course huge.
The population is super huge.
Yeah.
And you mentioned how why Xiaohongshu the Red Note growing so quickly. And first of all, we are earlier than Douyin.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. Now the Red Note is a 10 years company.
Right.
And also the app is 10 years old. And but Douyin is only maybe 7 or 6 years old. Yeah. And how is so quickly? And from my side, you think, I usually talking about that kind of issue is like a community issue. Because when you look into the other social platform in China, like the Douyin or the Weibo or Twitter like social platform in China, there are so many haters. For example, we usually joking, but it's not joking as a fact. If a cute girl, the girl just create a post by a selfie and just write down some sentence about the daily life in Xiaohongshu, it's really supportive. In surroundings, people will say, how good you are so awesome. Where did you buy the shoes? It's so beautiful. But in the Weibo, maybe you got a message is, you are so fat. You are super ugly. Get out of here. Yeah, it's so offensive.
So Weibo is equivalent to Twitter.
Yeah, it's like a Twitter, combination of Twitter and Facebook. And also in Douyin, there are lots of hater and offensive message, comments. But in Xiaohongshu, the community is really, really friendly and supportive.
So somebody at your former team must have cultivated type of like a more positive environment, right? Because they just say, we're not gonna try to accommodate trolls or haters. Like all these other platform has a very toxic culture, but on Red Note, like they must have tried really hard to cultivate this positive environment, right? How did they do that?
First of all, it's about community value.
Community value.
I will show some case. Because every social platform want people spend more time, as more as possible, how to do it. And do you think about if the people fighting to each other, they are argue, and they have lots of controversial contents, people fighting to each other.
That keeps them on,
will
really.
go higher and higher. Even the company know that's so toxic. Yeah, that's right. Everyone know that. But Xiaohongshu choose the other totally different direction. Our founders say we need to build no friendly culture in our platform. So if someone is a hater, you will post something so controversial, or it's easy or fighting to each other. Sometimes, if the guy doing more, you will be banned, and sometimes we'll hide a post so controversial. Or
that's one thing that I don't know if we can effectively do here. In a lot of other places, especially there, an account is tied to you. There is no anonymity. It's tied to you. So a ban is effectively a ban. It's a real ban, not these fake bans that we have here, where it's just okay. They could just go create another account, sign up for another email. Now, this is where you have to pick and choose, right? Do you want 100% control? I don't know. I think it's dependent on what country you're in. I personally don't like the idea that you can get banned on the internet, especially given that, your tax dollars are going to be going towards it regardless, because a lot of these things are subsidized. It's communication, right? Like I don't think that we should allow for the banning of communication. But that being said, I think it should also be up to the app platform itself, the company, right? Like if they don't want something, I think that it's within their rights to say we won't have it. So if they want to, have a system where, we are going to tie an account to you and we need verification, some type of KY, I forget what know your customer. Yeah, KYC, yeah. Know your customer process, where it's like, no, we need your ID and some like a government ID and some other kind of stuff like financial things. I have no problem with that if a company chooses to do that. Where I have a problem is if the state goes in and says, all companies must do this. That's where my line is wrong. So maybe more companies will do that, And so long as I have the prerogative to not use the stuff, which will probably be the case, I just won't use anything. I'm fine with that.
Also offensive, and even in the private message, lots of system and mechanism to detect the haters and the unhealthy, toxic content. We do a lot. Maybe over nearly 100 engineers working on that.
Just that. On keeping things positive, like 100 engineers, more.
We can write down the slogan of the Rain Note, your lifestyle guide. So you can find anything about your life in that app. For example, makeup, how to dress up, how to raise your baby, and even some niche topic like machine learning, mathematics. You can find anything here and connect to the real people.
It almost sounds like a search engine.
Yeah, it's like a search engine. So I usually describe it as like kind of the combination of Google and Instagram. So people not only post the video, they can also write the article with a photo. And the search feature in Rain Note is super powerful. And for lots of many girls in China, if they want to buy something or make a decision, the first thing you do is just open the Rain Note, search it, or take photo, and just search it to find how good the product is. Or if someone needs some idea about the interior design and how to decorate my house during a Chinese New Year, they will go to Xiaohongshu to find some posts. Because there are over 1 billion posts in that platform. You can find anything. But compared to Google, there are one more thing is you can leave your comment. Sometimes you can talking to the creator, the author directly. For example, now lots of people travel around the world. They are Chinese, and they will search for the post, and they will find someone living in Bali, and just send a message or leave a comment. Oh, I will visit Bali, and maybe we can grab some food and have dinner together. They make a connection.
But on TikTok, you could kind of do that, right? You can DM people. And,
yeah. You also can DM, but TikTok. Have you heard everyone searching TikTok?
No, you can't search for stuff.
Yeah, the search feature in TikTok is so bad because it's not designed for some useful content.
It's just mainly for the scrolling of entertainment.
Yeah, it's entertainment. But in Rain Note, we keep the balance. We also have some video content, entertainment content, and we also have the useful content. Yeah. So some people in China, they will say the Rain Note, the little red book, is really like a book. It's like a Wikipedia of your life. It's totally different.
It's almost like it's like a super app, right?
Yeah, it's like a super
Red Note is becoming that super app where not only you can search for stuff, but you can actually entertain yourself, watch videos, but you can also buy stuff. It just does everything.
Yeah, sure.
So in my mind, what's very kind of fascinating here is that we're looking at the two sides of the same coin, which is one side is that it's really great that the culture is very positive, encouraging, and everybody wants to be more of a community, right? But then on the other side, that means, like you said, more censorship to ban more people more easily, right? As you said, because it's sort of like against the Western notion of free speech. So the users are okay with that, like, because they know what they're signing up for, right?
In China, it's okay for people because everyone know they are the censorship. They even have the censorship in TV channel and newspaper, or even the blogger, or every kind of content surrounding. So it's okay for Chinese people, but sometimes a creator will complain about because the censorship in right now is super strict.
Can we talk about then the censorship element? What is exactly, like, is there some sort of a community guideline that people follow?
All social platforms in China also have the guideline, the policy, right? But there are some space. For example, you will see the guidelines don't violate the law of China. But the law of China have lots of ambiguity.
All right, that was an insightful conversation about Xiaohongshu. And I like the idea, like, that the founders say they want a positive environment and they put their money where their mouth is and it shows up. I've never used Xiaohongshu, but for all the people who I've heard use it, they say it's really good. It's really positive. So that's nice. I wish we had something like that here. We don't, but it would be nice if we did. The way I normally go about it is I, curate my own circle of people around me. All right, let's go on to see what the next video is. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be as long as the last two. Oh, wow. Wait, hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, I did all these within the span of a short time period. I haven't watched any of these at all. Some of them. I just looked at the thumbnail. I'm like, I'm going to just add it. So we have China's divorce rate skyrockets. I don't care right now. Western men losing their edge. I don't know. Do I want to? I've been here for what, 5 hours? Anyone here? 5 hours? I guess no one's here. I'm going to assume that all y'all have gone. So maybe I'll call it. Unless there are some thoughts, I'll hang around for a minute or two. See if there's any thoughts, any things y'all want to discuss further or see more of. Just let me know. I'll turn on some music in the meantime. All right, so if y'all enjoyed this live stream, a thumbs up will help. If you want to see more of this kind of stuff, you can subscribe. You can follow me on Twitter or Twitch, all the other places as well. I'm going to call it a stream. Y'all have a good rest of the day. Peace.